to kick this one off. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. You'll notice that we are, first of all, moving much slower. This is not the randomizer, just playing Final Fantasy on a plain old Final Fantasy cartridge right here. We'll need to get a iron hammer for Dan. We'll also get some cloth armor for Dan, and that's basically all of his equipment done. For everybody else, let's see, I guess we'll give them wooden staffs. They need to have some way of passing a turn in battle, so to make sure that they definitely don't attack with it. We'll give them small knives. Very tiny knives that they can wave around like they just don't care. Because really, the monsters are not going to care. There's our load up there, and let's go ahead. Also grab Dan the Ruse spell. We're going to be using this a whole bunch. We will need the Cure spell, and I'm going to hold off on getting my Harm spell. I do want that, but early game, it is very, very tough to even break even on money. So we need to make sure that we are going to have enough cash to stay at the inn a couple times. To eat entire pepperoni sticks in this time, well, I will say this. It is going to be nice and relaxing, and there will be many, many imps in this game to come. Alright, so first off, let's get Ruses on Dan. Rest of the team doing nothing. They are not allowed to ever attack. Dan is not allowed to attack until all 3 other white mages are dead. Got a Yang and Iridius start. Nice, Wild Roger. Seems like a pretty good team there. Dan says, "Behold, my mighty hammer." It has no effect. Alright, Rooney's going down pretty hard. This is looking good so far. And with 2 ruses, Dan should be pretty much able to completely ignore these imp attacks here, which will help us out for killing off the other characters and then still winning the battle. That was a big deal with the Black Mage. Black Mage could cast the Lit spell at the start of the fight, but didn't do anything for defense. I think with the hammer, we'll have a more solid way of taking things down. How difficult is it to go back to the slower speed? Very hard for the first hour or 2. And then after that, I usually get used to it. The big thing is like the shopping menus. Those are very, very different in terms of the timing that you need. And so it's difficult to really adjust to those quickly. Alright, hammer time. Let's go, Dan. You got 5 imps and 1 glorious dream. 1 down. At least the imps don't have spells. That's a good point. They had nuke, this would be significantly harder. Oh, there's that critical hit. 1% chance of a critical, and that ignores your evasion. So even if you got perfect evasion, they can still do damage to you. And they're going to do a lot because Dan has basically no armor. Dan, please. You made it this far. You just got to get 2 more imps down. Last imp. He is damaged. He is 1 hit point away from death. And Dan has done it. His first imp kill. Alright, I'm tuckered out. Let's go back to the end. So if you look at our progress here, we've got 10 more XP to go. And then we will hit level 2. Level 2 will be a guaranteed SAIL and a strong level up. So we need a force the vitality point and ideally get a pretty good roll on our strong level up for HP gains. Yeah, the big things for playing with the randomizer is to kind of make the late game very trivial, because you could get the power glove, and even with a White Mage with your bare hands, you could eventually buff up to the point where you're actually doing considerable damage to the bosses. So if you can survive in the fights long enough to get a couple of those power gloves up, you'd be fine. Without the power glove, that's when things get nuts. So you really have to work at perfecting, like absolute perfection, on your stats, and you need a lot of luck for the Chaos Battle. Kenny Star, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday here and ready to enjoy 30 solid hours of solo White Mage. It's not going to be solid. We're going to take breaks. We're going to take a lot of breaks. Alright, strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. Can't take that. Got a 55 as a note on our HP total. We have to get a vitality point. Those things actually make a huge difference by the late game, stacking up all those points over time. And you might think, oh, it's just a little bit of extra HP here and there. It's a lot by the time that you get into the 30s and 40s that you're getting for those. I'm not sure if Dan could take out an imp without using both of his ruses here. I guess he might be okay. He might be okay. Hey there, DG Hollowpoint. And is Ruse better than Invis solo? Yes, Ruse is double strength. Alright, strength, agility, intelligence, luck, and we got a 51, which is on the low end. Reset. How long do I think this run might take? I am guessing between 20 and 30 hours. Oh, and Peanut, thank you very much for those bits there. We'll put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, if we ever get there, you will see why it needs relief. Thanks again, Peanut, and congratulations on your Melmond Participation Trophy. It is being decontaminated as we speak. Are we getting max levels the whole way again? Yep. Gotta have max strength and vitality to really have a good shot of being able to beat the game, and it's not even all that good, even with the max stats. It's gonna be rough. $14-hour Belmont. Ooh, that's optimistic. You know what? I bet we can do Melmond in less than 14 hours. The White Mage is going to have the advantage on the Wizard and Astos fight compared to Black Mage. So I think that could be good. Alright, 55, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Luck, no V. Where is my Savils? Gotta get those Savile level ups. Or at least some savvy ones. Is this easier or harder than Solo Thief? This is amazingly easier than Solo Thief. Solo Thief is probably 100 hours plus. It is absolutely horrendous. Mute will help out Astos. What'll help on the Wizards is Ruse. So if we can survive 2 rounds, then basically we do this. And even the first round, if we get an early turn-in, we could be in pretty good shape overall. Now, that is, on the whole, not as good as the Black Mage just tossing out lit 2s, but if you remember what the Black Mage had to go through, which was intense grinding to be able to beat the Pirates to get that lit 2 and fire 2 spell. I think that the White Mage gets to that point sooner, and so we'll have better things to grind on to prepare to get ready for it. Is Melmon better than a solo thief? You're asking the tough questions here, Lance Jades. You are asking very tough questions right now. I think basically what happens is that the first 4 to 8 hours of this is going to be much better. Then we're going to have a little bit of a rough spot where Black Mage with Fire 2 realistically can take out a lot of the Peninsula Power stuff, you know, given some major luck. White Mage with Harm 2 probably has to rely on the ruses still. And the Harm 2 will help clean up the zombies, but then you're just hammering those trolls down. And they've got so many chances at critical hits that I'm not sure if you really get through those fights in a practical way. We're at 52. And no V. That's our 4th try. Still no vitality point here to start with. Get to go for the Mazmoon? Yep. I mean, maybe not. Like, you could say you're gonna go with Bane Sword strats on Chaos, and it might actually turn out to be the best way to go. Just Bane Sword him to death and see what happens. But I imagine it's gonna be rough. Like, no matter what option you pick, if you even get 10 chances at Chaos, that's probably very optimistic for Bane Sword usages, and that's like 8 or 9 trips down there on average to get it. All right, 56, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality, and Luck. There we go. That was a good one. So we got our level 2 there. We got the full Savile, and we got a pretty good roll on the strong level up. So we're at 56 HP now. Next one is going to be a guaranteed Savvy. And that means that I'm going to force the luck point. I don't see a reason to forego it. And then we will have really just maybe another level or 2 to work on before I think Garland would be doable. Garland we could actually probably do very quickly here. But it's a question of, do we want to really give him a try when we know there's going to be more imps to grind before we'd be able to do the Pirates of Provoker or not. Is that perfect HP? I believe 56 is perfect, yes. I believe we had a perfect one there. I don't want another to go. We got plenty more for level 3 here. Now that we have 3 spell charges, we can probably get 2 battles, and that guarantees that I'm at least cash positive for each trip out here. Now, what does Savvy mean? Strength, Agility, Vitality, Intelligence, and Luck are your 5 attributes in Final Fantasy. So Savvy is an SAVI level up. Everything except for Luck is guaranteed. This patch, nope, Smarty Pants is a plain old Final Fantasy cartridge. Playing plain old Final Fantasy on a plain old Nintendo Entertainment System. Oh no, Dan went down. Dan has gone down. Try again for that. Austin X Hensel, thank you very much for resubscribing there, Austin. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more imp resets in the future as well. Oh no! Oh no! Austin is going crazy here. It is going crazy right now. Austin, thank you very much for that. That is incredibly generous there. For all of those gift subs going out. I hope everybody that got one of those appreciates the kind thoughts and enjoys the emotes and other benefits there, Austin, once again. Thank you very much for doing that. Chat has been destroyed. It has indeed. And for those that are wondering, we do put the profits from this channel towards Doctors Without Borders. So I accumulate the money every couple of months and do a donation there. All right. How do I feel about going in this 26 hit points? We'll do it. We'll give it 26 with 1 ruse. I mean, we really need to be getting 5+ imps per time through here. Say 1 ruse triple imp battle. Also, Cluster, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more in the future to come. There is always room for more Burning Dans, Avon Chaos. Always room for more. We're gonna mute Astos, yes, that is the plan. We gotta mute him and get rused up to win the Astos fight. This is gonna be just hammering for a solid, probably 20 or 30 minutes on Astos to beat him. Dan is gonna be potentially kidnapped this season. We will find out how many people take us up on that offer for Season 5 when it starts. It's gonna be a lot of fun for working on Season 5 things. I've got a bunch of ideas planned. Once again, I've got like my big list of back-end changes, things that you all don't see, but help me run the show more effectively. And we've gotten quite a few suggestions for things to try out. I'd like to do some work into making it a little bit easier to get information. So like the score block right now is really big. So we'll probably split the score and team printouts in half. Have better ways of tracking the season standings. So you can kind of see where you are more easily in the season overall. And general notification features now that we've gotten all of this channel point stuff up and running. It's been really cool playing with it, but it is sometimes difficult to keep track of all that's going on. Krunseska asks, is this not randomized? This is not randomized. I am playing on a regular old Final Fantasy cartridge right now. First AoE spell available for the White Mage. It's actually available right now. It's Harm 1, but it only hits undead monsters. So you can't really do much with that other than go up to the Temple of Fiends and hope that you can win those fights before getting overly destroyed. There are zombies and ghouls you could try and ruse and harm up there. Maybe just go for the harms, but you have to walk all the way back. And since you don't earn a lot of money in the base game, money and experience are very, very tightly doled out at the start. You really have to be cash positive and be conscientious of making sure that you're not going to run out of money, because you need to be able to pay the inn to be able to save the game. Otherwise, you're just totally dead. Hey there, Shay Wolf, welcome in. Choices, well, the choice was either do solo White Mage and solo Thief, and that's not really much of a choice at all. I knew which one I was gonna pick for character class number 5. Hey there, Detrius Gaming, how's it so far? Well, we have gotten a level up, which is probably faster than we got the level up on the Black Mage. I seem to remember Black Mage taking like 20 minutes just to get the other characters killed off. It was a rough start with Black Mage. Alright, 52 away, so we could maybe get a level up there, but it would be difficult. I'd like to be just short of level 3 here. Hey there, Greenleaf. What are we grinding for? It is strength, vitality, and hit points are my big ones. Agility and luck are my secondary things to go after. And why isn't class change allowed? Because it makes it harder. You could class change, you could get the fade spell. You'd be able to equip the Thor hammer for a lot more physical damage prior to having the Mazmune. I don't think other things really make a big difference. I guess, no, Cure 4 makes a big difference. Fade and Cure 4, those two things are really, really impactful. And especially if you go to level 50 and you have 9 casts of Cure 4, that is almost 10,000 hit points worth of recovery. More than you're going to have with everything else combined for recovery in general. Yeah, Solo Thief has not been done, and I don't really plan to do it, to be honest. It would take up more time than I think we can actually get in between a season. So that one would be like, I mean, if it's Solo Thief, that's probably 15 or 20 days worth of time to get that done. And that's just a very tough one to fit in. Who is the easiest solo? I mean, you say they have to look at Fighter, Red Mage, Black Belt. I think Black Belt was probably the easiest. I'm not 100% confident on that, whether Fighter could have been done better. But certainly Black Belt was not bad. Alright, so I'm going to take this. I need 4 imps to get the level up. So if we get 3 imps, we can't take that, but I guess we could take it and lose $12 in the process. I just want to have a guaranteed easy level up opportunity because we're going to be resetting a bit for these level ups. This one, we're only going to reset for luck. It's a 1 in 4 chance of getting a luck point. But we'll want that for the long run to have just as good of a pair of stats as we can get coming out of the early game. Level 3 looks perfect. Yeah, you get a guaranteed Savvy. I'm going to want the full Savile, though. Because a luck point, even though it's a very, very small amount, does improve your odds of getting a first strike at the start of battle. It is just a very tiny amount, though. And I get the Vitality Point at level 2? Yes, we got a perfect level up for 2. Savile and 56 for our total. So I was very happy with how level 2 came out. Which is going to take longer. Solo Thief, no class change, or seasons 5, 6, 7, and 8 of Final Fantasy. Well, Solo Thief, I think, is realistically about 100 hours. So you could do that in less time than we do a season, but it is just a huge time sink investment, particularly in the early game, because you need to be, what, like level 32 or 34 to be able to beat Astos, and you need to grind that on ogres. So you are going to be just spending forever doing ogre grinds until you are able to take Astos down. Alright, here we go. S-A-I-V. Didn't get the L. Gotta get that L point. If you post a mechanics fact, yeah, you can go ahead. Feel free to contribute content that is relevant to the show. Hey there, Horshanak, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here. And how much does class change help Solo Thief? Tremendously. I mean, you're still gonna have the Astos problem. So, imagine that you spend 60 hours getting to Astos, and 40 hours worth the rest of the game. The 60 hours, it's not going to get any better. The 40 hours probably goes down to 20 with Solo Ninja. Like, that's the big, big upgrade, is that once you class changed, the rest of the game is just enormously better. You're going to have Katana instead of the Rune Sword for your main attack weapon. Like, that is an enormous difference. You're gonna have armor. You can have body armor and shields and all kinds of improvements. So, like, that is another like 20 points of defense you get, it's huge. And you get fast. Fast is also really big. Alright, here we go. S-A-I-V, no L. Try again, Dan. For those that don't know how this level up system works, you got 5 stats. Strength, agility, vitality, intelligence, luck. Every level up per character class, there are a certain list of stats that are guaranteed to be picked up. In this case, for White Mage level 3, you're guaranteed strength, agility, vitality, and intelligence. Anyone that's not guaranteed is a 25% chance that you get it anyway. Some combinations may be impossible because there's only 256 values for the random number generator. So if you look at one of the later levels, we just have a guaranteed strength point, and that's it. Like level 30, level 31, you only get a strength point. If you want to get all 5, in theory, you know, that's 1 in 4 times 1 in 4 times 1 in 4 times 1 in 4. Possible that you could get that with enough tries, but given that there is only 206 values that could go in there, it's also possible that you simply don't have any of those that give you the right combination. What does luck do? Luck at the beginning is going to improve your chances of running by a small amount. It's kind of broken how running works in this game, but that's really like the only thing you notice early on. And really what the big impact of luck is later, and it's not even all that big, is that it will very slightly tip the balance. At the start of battle, you'll have either a neutral start, an ambush, or a first strike. And the more agility plus luck your lead character has, the more likely it's going to be a first strike versus a normal or an ambush. It just kind of tilts that scale up a little bit. What level do ogres start running from you when you are grinding them? I gotta imagine that in the mid-20s, you're gonna see a lot of things running away. You might have to switch to Grogers. There is the Groger fight that you can get from a mini Peninsula Power outside of Astos' castle that you probably want to hit. You could do the Wizards. Wizards will stick around longer, although that's a pretty painful fight going down Marsh Cave every time that you want to get it, but eventually you're gonna get pretty desperate with that solo thief. Bruise really helps with the pirates. Oh, it's gonna be amazing. It is gonna be amazing. Alright, try again. S-A-I-V, Noel. We got Noel. So the first AoE weapon, the Mage Staff of the Zeus Gauntlet. It'll be the Zeus Gauntlet from Ordeals. After you get the Zeus Gauntlet, then you can go to the Ice Cave and to get the floater there, and then things really open up because once you have the airship, you can dip into, you know, the Sea Shrine, grab the Mage Staff, go into Mirage Tower, and get, see, what would you even get there? You get Thorhammer there. I don't know if you'd need the Lit 2 at that point, but you'd be able to get stuff. That is the point. I think you'd probably want to dip into that for the Thorhammer, because that way you're not required to hold on to the Zeus Gauntlet. It takes up an armor spot. Don't forget the life spell. We will try to not forget life and soft potions. Those are the big ones. Gotta remember, no soft potions needed. You've completely forgotten how Vitality HP works, Shea Wolf? Oh no. Well, I know this time that I'm going to force the Vitality points harder. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality, no luck point. The big thing I learned from solo Black Mage is that the early Vitality points are more critical than the range of values you get from the strong level ups, which was counterintuitive to me. I thought that the 4 additional points on the strong level up would be better than getting the Vitality point. It's not true. It's not true at all. Hey there, T-Pain. What is the expected completion time? Probably about 25 to 30 hours. Hey there, Overswarm. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here. And ready to enjoy some imps getting absolutely hammered. Alright, Soapy Papoose, sleep well and dream of imps. When you come back, we might still be hammering things. Alright, strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and no luck point. Keep at it, Dan. Hey there, Candace Jane. Welcome in and thanks for the good wishes. We will need some luck. Specifically, 1 luck point here at level 3. What is harder between White Mages only no magic and Black Mages only no magic? Black Mages by a lot. White Mage has better stats overall for starting and for stat growth. Like, I'm gonna get 3 extra strong level ups and 15 more useful guaranteed skill points compared to the Black Mage. So that's a lot of savings and better HP ultimately at the end of the game. Alright, strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and no luck point. What is luck point? So agility plus luck is used to determine whether you get a first strike, neutral, or ambush start. So by having more agility and luck, even though those are not really your primary stats, strength and vitality and HP are what we care about most. Agility and luck are the next ones down in terms of value. And then intelligence is totally broken, so we don't care about that. We don't have to care about intelligence. Last imp and let's find out. Do we get a luck point here today? Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and no luck point. We are still unlucky on this one. It's only a 1 in 4. So we will definitely have a better time doing this than we will some of the later game ones. We did do a lot of 1 in 16s with the Black Mage. Anything beyond 1 in 16, I generally didn't go for. So like if you need a strength point, a vitality point, and you need a good roll on your strong level up. And that's a 1 in 80 of getting everything there together. It's like, well, that's probably not worth grinding it out. And so I would pick like, these are the 2 that I prioritize, so that at most I'm looking at a 1 in 20. How useful would Agamas be if Iridia could summon one? I mean, you could warm your socks. You could roast avocados. You could dehydrate your swimming pool. There's a lot of things you could do with a summoned Agama. Right, strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and no luck point. Dan is very unlucky here so far. Hey there, Vince Nitro. So RNG manipulation, I can control what step I get battles on. And I'll know what formation it's going to be. But in combat results, starting from how many monsters show up in that formation, what the turn order is like, what the move sets are, the damage rolls, and the stat gains. None of that can be manipulated in the original Final Fantasy, so we just gotta take what we can get. That swimming pool had it coming. It has been pretty naughty. Alright, here we go. Try again. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and no luck point. You're literally killing us here, Dan. Literally killing us. And the imps. You're also literally killing the imps. Other thing to be mindful of is that money is a very constrained thing early on, so we'll have to make sure that we don't get too low. That's the reason I didn't buy the harm spell right away, is so that we'd have flexibility for extra in trips on these early ones. Like, I'm going to take only 24 gold here, and the in costs 30, so I'm losing cash on this particular trip out, but you have to do it to be able to reasonably have a chance of getting your level ups done. Can Dan use the cap? It is ineffective, Shaywolf. Also, Relic McStone, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday here. And hope you can bring some luck to Dan. He is missing the luck point hard. Our Zomble's a targeted grind for the White Mage. It's going to be interesting for that fight. So let's say we get out there. And we've got Harm 2 as our best spell. That's going to really be a struggle to take out a Zomble with Harm 2s. And Trolls will do no damage too, so I think what you might need to do is get those fights, ruse up, and if you're going to ruse, I don't know if Giants are not the better option. Because Giants with only one attack per round are probably going to have fewer critical hits on you, and that's really what is going to be the make or break, is can you survive sitting through however many rounds it takes to beat somebody to death with a hammer. Do I need luck at every level? Well, if I've only got one other stat or no other stats that need to be forced, then I'll want to force luck. If it's like the third one down the party list, then I'll take it if I get it, but I wouldn't try to force it. This one, it's number one on this list, so I'm going to take the luck point. I will take this luck point if we got one. If we had gotten a luck point, I would have taken it. Need some first tier fade. Wow, that would make things a lot better. Getting 9 fades out there. Really, just the fade and the cure for the big things that you look at wistfully and be like, if only we had those. Like, the fade, 9 fades probably doesn't take chaos down, so I don't know if it helps with that problem really. But the 9 cure 4s, that would help a lot. Alright, here we go. Dan, do you get a luck point? Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and no luck point. Never lucky. 9 fades gets you the Mazian, that's true. But if you used all your fades up, then You gotta do a non-fasted Mazmune on Chaos. That's the big difference, I think, at the end of the game. Is gonna be that White Mage has more hit points and more healing, but White Mage does not have fast. And so you are going to have half the damage per round on Tiamat 2 and Chaos. So how do you overcome that gap? Chaos already is a nightmare with solo Black Mage. Tiamat 2 wasn't that bad, but Chaos is going to be terrifically awful. Yeah, once you get to the waterfall and have the defense sword, Ruse is no longer an advantage for the White Mage. Every character class is going to have Ruse by the end of the game. Strongest weapon is Silverhammer. I'm going to have to remember if it's Silverhammer or like Power Staff or something, but it's not very good. It is going to be terrible. Alright, here we go. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality, and no luck point. Hey there, Joey Gecko. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here, and hope everybody coming over is ready to enjoy watching Dan the White Mage beat some heads with his mighty hammer. Can White Mage equip a staff? They can equip some of them. Like the wooden staff, everybody can use. The iron staff's actually kind of misnamed. That's really a black belt weapon and not a mage weapon at all. And you've got the heal staff, mage staff, power staff, wizard staff. Of those, I think everything except for the wizard staff is somewhere in the White Mage, White Wizard access list. What is the percent chance of getting a luck point? 25%. And what does the luck point do? Well, it increases your chances of getting a preemptive by a very, very tiny amount. So we're going to try to get as many as possible. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality, and no luck point. Give thanks that you are not Dan. That is probably a good idea. It is probably something to be very thankful for. Being promoted to White Wizard? Nope, this is a no class change. We've done solo, no class change, fighter, red mage, black belt, and black mage already in past years or seasons. Solo White Mage, the next one on the list. Would this run go faster if we named the White Mage something other than Dan? Yes. It would reduce our time by 93% at getting good results in combat. Solo Thief, the final boss. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to do Solo Thief. It's just too long of a project to really fit in between the seasons comfortably. So I don't know what to do about it. Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Vitality, and no luck point. Keep at it, Dan. Keep at it. Hey there, Dark Sword Huge Blade. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here. We're going for luck on every level up, Snarfy Bobo. Well, it is in the priority list. So number 1 is a strength point. Number 2 is a vitality point. Number 3 is a strong level up good result. Number 4 is an agility point. Number 5 is a luck point. And I will go for at most 2 of those that are not guaranteed. So in this case, strength guaranteed, agility guaranteed, vitality guaranteed, and it's not a strong level up. So we don't have to worry about that one, which means luck is the only one on the list that we need to get. So we're going to force it. There was 3 things we needed that I wouldn't be taking into consideration for level ups. We've done 4 solo thieves. I have done 4 solo thieves. We've done 4 solo, no class change with all of the 6 character classes already. That was back in like 2017, 2018 that we did all of those. And it was too easy, so now we do solo. Hey there, Delta Waves 1, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday here, and ready to enjoy some solo White Mage action. No luck point. You are worse than Alina, Dan. Actually, you might not be. Alina probably has had worse streaks than this. And she only deals with a 1 in 3. If it takes 2 hours to get this luck point, that'd be faster than our Black Mage took getting to level 3. To give you a comparison for the start of this game, the Black Mage took half an hour to get the other 3 characters killed off to get the first battle done. So that was already much faster. We had a level up by the 30-minute mark in this one. Oh no, Delta Waves. I am sorry to hear that it's Wednesday. I was hoping this would not come. It looks like the worst case scenario is at hand. But keep persistent, and hopefully it goes well for you. What is the main grind here? Everything, Cactus Al. Everything. We're gonna grind imps, then we can do the pirates, and then we can get, hopefully, Peninsula of Power until we're ready to do the wizards and Astos, and then, there we go, luck point. Once we're past Astos, then we get to open up a little bit, but it's probably a lot of Peninsula Power up until we have everything we need to do the Mirage Tower grind. Mirage Tower and Waterfall are like your 2 really good spots to do grinds at. We do zombies and ghouls, but they're not really super consistent in the encounter order enough to get up there and back. So it's tough to practically go to Temple of Fiends and do a grind and then come back without spending more cash than you get for doing the encounters. Like, that's the big deal, is that the money issues are really, really tight in this one. Hey there, Jelly D. Looks so slow after randomizer. It is a big shock when you first get started with it. It usually takes me like an hour or 2 to adjust to the vanilla speed again. Hey there, Bozo Cup. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here and ready to enjoy some solo White Mage. Mute on Chaos in the first try. It's such a waste, though. If you're gonna use Mute, you might as well just Bane him. And that way you get the instant kill. I will say, though, that I have done Mute on Chaos before and Bane Sword just to show it off. It's pretty fun. Alright, for this stretch we're going to do 2 at a time, ideally taking, 6 plus imps here. Oh, got an ambush. This is why we need more luck points. If only we had luck points, this would not be happening. Does Mute or Bane work on Chaos? Yes, I do have videos of doing it. It is a 3 in 256 chance, so slightly better than a 1% of getting it to work. But you can do it. Hoping to see the 10-minute Astos fight. 10 minutes would be a dream, Bozo Cup. I'm going to guess that Astos is going to be 30 minutes. There's our next trip out. Let's see how many of these we need to do. 295. We're getting 6 XP per imp. So we have 49 imps to go. Plenty of opportunities to go spin that around. We can also start doing some of the Grimps and Wolf Packs. Just recenter back onto the beginning of the encounter cycle so I can figure out where we are. And going after the Grimps would be interesting, because those do give significantly better rewards. And with Ruse, it's basically the same difficulty to hammer a bunch of Grimps down as it is to hunt regular imps. How many points do imps have so far? 3. We're not giving them a lot of credit for taking out the other light warriors. Alright, take another 3-pack. We'll do these. Do Grimps have a slightly higher chance to crit? I think Grimps have a regular critical hit rate, which most monsters are 1% for their critical hits, basically. And there are some exceptions, but the ones that are exceptional tend to have a really high critical hit rate. Like you've got, 9 or 17%. Things that you very much definitely notice the increase on. Safe to do zombies and bones. I think that by the time I go up to Temple of Fiends, I just want to go kill Garland. I don't see like a really big advantage to doing the undead up there right now. Like going up and killing Garland is probably practical currently. And the reason for just continuing to hammer imps is because I don't think I could do the pirates right away. And since I don't want the level up to happen on Garland, it's got to be right after I get a level up there. Probably after this next one, we'll go and take Garland down. No, Dan. All right. So stretch into 3 battles is still too much for us. I'll stick with 2. Gives me a minimum of 6 imps, maximum of 10. Well, doing 10 of them is probably pretty dangerous. Yeah, the plan for Garland is level 4. Very confident at level 4 that he's not going to give me too much experience. I'm mostly confident level 4. Let's see how much experience Garland gives me. Probably important information here. Thanks to my handy-dandy bot, we can get this easily accessed. 130 is what he's got. It's actually less than I thought. Maybe just take Garland down now. Caleb B, thank you very much for the good wishes there. We will definitely need them. If you have not seen one of these solo challenges, they are intense. Technically, we could squeeze a Garland in right now. Go for the level 3 Garland kill. Again, though, I don't think it's really worth it until we have basically gotten to the point where we are ready to take on the pirates, because Garland will be part of a level up here. The cash will be nice. I can finally get my harm spell. But the pirates, oh, the pirates. Gotta survive at least a round and a half before the second ruse lands. We're gonna need some healing on top of those ruses after we get rused up to be able to recover from the critical hits, and then we can just very slowly hammer them down. If you remember the Black Mage pirate fight, I think we had to grind to like level 10 to be able to do that. White Mage should be much easier. Easiest solo one, probably either fighter or black belt. They're both pretty easy in general. Fighter starts off much better, black belt finishes better. But neither one had a particular challenge. I mean, compared to Black Mage, at least. I'm sure they are pretty hard. Too much Mon for your taste. If you are tasting Melmon, Candace Chain, you should immediately call the Poison Control Center and let them know that you've had acute Melmon exposure. Cypher279, thank you very much for those good wishes there. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here, and we will need the luck because we got a whole bunch of level ups to do here. 2 down, 47 more to go. Don't try and squeeze another one out. In theory, 5 imps is break even for an in trip. Let's see if we can push it. We shouldn't have pushed it. We should not have pushed it. At least it's only 4 imps. So 9 imps is 54 XP and gold, almost pays for 2 full trips. And once we start getting to the point where we are banking enough cash in between required in visits. Like after this next level, I'll have my 4th charge of ruse, so I can double ruse. Then 5 imps becomes reasonably practical. Then I think we'll have a much better time doing this. Alright, 193 still. So down to 34 imps remaining. Really 33 and a half imps if you want to be technical. Dan is not technical. He rounds to the nearest Agama worth of experience. Walking around feels so slow. It is a big shock when you first do it, Mr. Sock Monkey. But I think within an hour or two, it starts feeling more natural again. Especially the menuing for the item shop and things. That's like the worst coming from randomizers because you are trying to really anticipate when to press the buttons. If you press them too early, it ignores your inputs. If you press them too late, it's just wasting frames. So you have to kind of get a rhythm for them. And the randomizer has pretty much all the delays removed that it can. So you have way faster input cycles when doing things. Plus you're buying 10 at a time, so you don't really have to do much purchasing. Or you're buying 99 heal potions. Getting that rhythm down is actually really important. Difference between ruse and invisibility. So ruse is 40% improvement to your evasion score. Invis is only 20%. And ruse can be self-cast only, and Viz can be targeting allies. Viz 2 then expands it out to all allies for the 20% bonus. That's the basic way that it kind of works together, is that ruse is like a double strength invis, but you lose the targeting ability for it. Dan will definitely invade his allies, Cactus Al. There were no typos there, especially when he's got that Bane sword. You gotta watch out. Everybody within 25 feet is in danger. Okay, 145 there. We are down to 24.5 imps. Level 2 Solo Thief with a good level up. All you need to do is do that like 31 more times. Then you're good to fight Asto straight out of Melmont. What level are we right now? We are level 3.5. Skeeve Twitch, welcome back, Ant. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more such adventures in the future as well, primarily starring Dan and company. How many ruses do you need for imps to only hit on a critical? Basically all monsters, 2 ruses will make you basically safe. It's true in some cases you need a 3rd one, but for the most part, 2 ruses is perfect. And that's because there's a bug in how evasion works. So the monster's accuracy score gets capped at a certain value, which is lower than it otherwise would be. So you need fewer ruses than you think to have perfect evade. It's like 2.5 really, because if it's white shirts, you need 5 of them. See if we can get a 3 impact here. Runic Magus, thank you very much as well for resubscribing there. Oh no, Dan, don't use the Iron Hammer. They are not going to be impressed. Runic Magus, I want to say thank you again and congratulations once more on your Season 4 championship. Things will only get harder for you from here on out in Fantasy Final Fantasy. Collecting 999,999 orbs. Someday you'll be able to kidnap Dan. See, kidnapping Dan will be probably 7,500 orbs. I'm still not totally sold on the prices for everything. These are all kind of like a first crack. We did few adjustments, but I could imagine that really there's no like big reason to keep people from doing Melmont complaints. Everybody should be able to complain about Melmont. Get more Agama facts and things like that, so those will probably stay the same or go down in price. I have been noticing that the Warmech pre-order basically gets sold out within like at most 5 minutes from the start of the stream. I'd like for that to be something that's a little bit more selective so that people can save up for it and have a Warmech as a special occasion present. Or Agama research or whatever they would like to spend those points on. But it's kind of a tough balance because you don't want to be like making people save up for like 2 months for something because they just don't have any fun in the meantime. I want to make it so that you don't feel like you're ever having to hoard things. When we start fishing up zombies in Temple of Fiends, I'm not really planning on doing any zombie fighting. I think that once we get this level up, we can take Garland out. And at that point, you can maybe go for like Geist fights, Kaizakus. Like there's a bunch of other things that I think are going to be better than the zombies and ghouls that you have in Temple of Fiends. Ever considered doing Twitch plays Final Fantasy? I'm not sure if Final Fantasy would work really well for that type of system. It's a game which has a lot of things which just can't really recover from later on. Maybe if it was like a black belt, you could do something so that, worst case, you're at least punching people really hard. But a lot of other character classes, you could make it almost impossible to finish. Warmech 20,000, wow. The appreciation on these investments. People buying Warmechs to resell them later on. I think the big thing for me is that Warmech once a night, Dan once a night, so that takes a little bit of the pressure off, so now you have two things that are about like 7,500 orbs to split people's interest. You have the 4 Agama facts a night, that's 24,000 orbs that get spent. Plenty of people still want to do the Melmond complaints and the Agama facts, and the emotes have actually been less popular than I expected. Like, there was, at the beginning, a lot of people doing the emote customization, but that seems to have kind of tailed off a little bit. So I want to see, like, overall what the right prices are for a lot of things, because I want basically all of them to get reasonably used. If I'd gotten the cap out of Temple of Fiends, we're saving that for a special occasion. We don't want to be prematurely cap full. Alright, 31 experience to go, which means I can get a 5-pack of imps, be 1 XP away. And then we will start grinding out level 4 here. Level 4, guaranteed strength and luck point. Strong level up. And so our priority is going to be to get a vitality point and to get as good of a roll in the struggle level up range as we can. I don't know if I want to focus on the agility point too much. Save Dan option. Who would do something like that? That's like clicking the no fun button at a party. What is the base? So the struggle ups, you're gonna get +5 for the range there. So that's what I'm gonna be focusing on overall. Is try to get as close to a +5 as we can. I don't know how much I can really do for the agility point, like whether it's worth that trade-off or not. Getting a V and a +5, that's in theory 1 in 20. So it's already pretty tough. An all Dan party we have, in fact, done. 4 Dans as a speedrun. And there was some death. Let me just say that. Some Dans did not survive. I take an A4V, oh yes. Like, that's a really good combination. That's beyond what I expect to be able to get. Hey, no worry, Papa Voice. You can just hang out and enjoy the show here tonight. Hopefully have a good time with us today. What are my thoughts about people submitting Agama facts as part of the research? Go ahead. You can submit Agama facts anytime you want. But the Agama Research Society is an independent, fully certified fact-finding organization. They will make sure that all Agama facts are correct and true before publishing them. Alright, here we go. What are we looking at? So this one is going to be 83. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality. Okay. You know what? I'm going to take that one. We're just going to take that one and not look back. We got the full Savile. We're going up to see if we can take Garland down here. No real way to save our game beforehand, so we gotta watch out for things along the way. I could double ruse here. Got the ghoul fight to get through. Yeah. I'm gonna trust that we get through this without too much damage. Of course, we're already getting pounded here. Already getting pounded. Dan, no stranger to Pound Town, aka Lesser Melmont. I think everybody's gonna stockpile to get a turn in their Duxors. I mean, the other thing we could do is, like with Warmech, you can have as many people as want to pre-order them, and only one person gets it. Which I felt like if you're gonna spend a lot of orbs on something, you want to feel like you're getting a guaranteed thing and not just a chance for it. So if it was like a Warmech lottery, then it'd have to be a much smaller amount that you pay to put in there. And it wouldn't really solve the Dan situation, because if you have a lottery for who gets to kidnap Dan or something, it doesn't really work as well. Is Dr. Un in charge of Melmond complaints? I assure you the Melmond Tourism Board Complaint Department is fully staffed with certified complaining professionals. Dan did not get paralyzed, that's good. But he did take a really solid whack to the face. Max ruses to use in a fight, generally 2. Late game, there might be some situations where you need a triple ruse to drop it down from like a 2% to a 1% chance of being hit. But most of the early game, it's going to be 2. And most of the mid game, it's going to be 2. Lottery for a name pick for the third one. One of the things I struggle with, and this is something that people have kind of talked about, is that your name gets picked very rarely. Like, there is enough people entered in, and even if we're doing 6 names a night, that you don't get to see your name all that often. And so that's the reason why I put in, like, the cooldowns, so that it's less likely that somebody gets, like, double or triple picked in a short period of time, and then somebody else doesn't get picked for a really, really long time. So I don't know how I would feel about only having 4 names picked out of that list per day. It would be still possible that you'd find yourself, but it'd be like every other season that any specific person would get selected. Or you could play some fantasy Final Fantasy and get your name up here. That is true. If you do really well in the season standings, you get to be in the interlude ones. Alright, there we go. Dan has successfully defeated Garland and acquired 1 bridge and even 1 musical instrument. Alright, Empty, I have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams. You can spend points to have your score right at the end, regardless of your position. Interesting. So, something I have to do, as opposed to just the printouts on it. That makes it easier. Like, if something that I can be involved in, it does, implementation-wise, work out better usually. Alright, here's the plan. Dan is getting the harm spell. He'll have that now. I kind of do want fog, to be honest. Harm versus fog. Fog gives you more defense. I guess we probably should just lean towards evasion and dodging. Fog's nice if you get criticaled, because it will help reduce that by a lot. Now we'll do the harm. We'll do the harm spell. We'll stay at the end, and we will see if we can get a cap, which will reduce our damage from pirates by 1. Do I still take the imp fight? I think I do. I'm gonna take the imp fight. We'll take the ghoul fight, try and harm him. I already know the ghoul is gonna hit us really hard. And then we have probably 2 more fights on the way back that we're just gonna have to run from. Alright, you know what, Evan? I kinda like the idea. I might put something in to have a score shout-out. We will think about that for our Season 5 options. Actually, how close are we for the next level? It should be pretty far away. Yeah, 423. No danger of going over there. This is actually not the most efficient path for steps. We deliberately take more steps in the speedrun to move this ghoul fight forward. Nice. Good harm right there. Can I see how many orbs people have? No. So the actual channel point bit is on Twitch's end. I can control all the reward stuff and the redemption side of it, but I have no idea how many orbs you have. If Twitch wants to reset the points, they've talked about doing that. They can just do that at any point in time. So there's a bunch of stuff on their side that they can do. Ah, damn. This cap may be a challenge. I don't want to spend heal potions for a cap. Doesn't make sense for the monetary exchange. But I do want to try and get this out. Just try and run. Try and run and see what happens. Dan cannot run. Hey Miles, is there a PB for the solo White Mage? I'm not sure if anybody has recorded how long it's taken them to do this before. So I will assert that this is the fastest it has ever been done by the time that we finish it. Hey there, Blue Jin. Shooting turkeys in the supermarket. That clearly is something that Dan would do. And another zombie ambush. This is very rude of these zombies. Very rude. Got to drop this cure spell. I was hoping to save this for a ruse at some point, but 11 HP is not enough to even attempt runs on the way back. So let's go. Wolf's not bad. I mean, Dan's bad, but Wolf's not bad. 2 can't runs. 12 HP remains. Can he get back? Can he make it to Conaria? Probably not. Probably not. And Dan has gone down again. Keep trying, Dan. You're gonna get this cap. Dan with a can't run. Dan with a can't run. I think I want to get that within 2 tries. We've had our hands on the cap twice. I know we can do it. Why do we always get 5 imps? This is random every time. Supposedly equal odds of 3, 4, and 5 imps here. That feels like those were the exact same frames for both rounds of that battle, which is incredibly improbable. Okay, first strike. That one's done. We know we need to do a wolf battle and an imp battle, maybe more, on the way back as well. So that is going to be tough. Alright, here we go. Ghoul time. Dan is too cool for Ghoul School. Too cool for Ghoul School. I just want that cap. 1 defense point. That's all we get, but it doubles our current defense. Takes us from 1 defense to a mighty 2. And so we suddenly start getting 2s in some of the imp fights. Alright, just gonna leave this guy alone. Not getting a guaranteed harm there means that even though it's 93 experience points, the risk is very high that you get paralyzed in that fight. Caps on, doors in, and let's get those zombies done next. Now these you definitely want to harm because they're a guaranteed kill. And running is not guaranteed. Literally no damage. Alright, there might be a little bit of damage. You might still take a little bit of damage with the cap on, but basically it reduces it to 0. I'm gonna try hammering this wolf. Wolves have no defense, so they're actually pretty fast to take out, even if you've got a really weak character here. It's one reason I was thinking about maybe doing wolf battles. The downside of wolves is that while they give you quadruple imp experience, they only give you single imp cash. So you're losing a lot of money in the process. I'm gonna gamble this is the last imp fight. I don't know if that's true or not, but I hope it is. Hey there, Celia, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday and ready to enjoy watching Dan, well, mostly die, but also sometimes hit people on the head with a hammer. Favorite challenge. Ooh. High praise here for Dan tonight. 4 White Mages, I think, is my favorite. In terms of just how much it is, like, iconic to the game. That's just one that has so much notoriety around it. And it's so much easier than single White Mage. That you could feasibly sit down and be very likely to be able to finish it. Alright, so we have 321, so that's 50 some imps to go. So anything that I could reasonably buy right now, I don't think we need any items currently. So I'm going to say let's start popping up to the northern part a little bit and see if we can get some better fights up there. We have Grimps and Mad Ponies and Wolves and things. Let's see if we could realistically take those things out. We also have regular imps. Also have regular imps. The first thing I need to do is figure out where I am in the encounter cycle. So the imp fight, the ghoul fight, the zombie fight, the wolf fight, the imp fight, this imp fight. Alright, so next up should be a mad pony. Trying to make the run to Matoya, there's really nothing at Matoya. 2 heal potions and a pure potion. So I don't think Matoya really gives you anything of value, to be honest. This should be high enough north to get the Mad Pony. There it is. So much Mad Pony damage. And I hope we can get back up here for the Grimp fight that's next. There's a bunch of Grimp fights coming up, though. And the reason I really like the Grimps is because they give you a lot more rewards than the regular Imps do, and for this setup, should be about as tough. This will be a big advantage that the White Mage has over the Black Mage, is that those ruses are almost universal in terms of value versus any monster. So we could do creeps, we could do ogres, we could probably realistically do a whole bunch of stuff right away. And Black Mage had to do very, very slow grinding on imps for a long time. Why is this pony so angry? Because the line for coffee was really, really long. Oh yeah, 63 experience. That's 10 and a half imps we just got right there. 10 and a half. Oh, thanks 23. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Alright, will we make it up there for the Grimp fight? We do, but it's only one Grimp. Not really ideal. After this we have a regular imp battle. I don't know if I can stretch this to getting the other Grimp fight coming up. There's 2 Grimp battles after the imp battle, so that one might be one that's worth doing very aggressively to get both of those in one pass. So we'll stay down here for the imp fight. Means I don't lose any steps getting back to Canary after this. Exactly how much do we get for these grips? Let's see what our handy-dandy Agama calculations show for that monster. Alright, so a Grimp is going to be 3 imps worth of experience and 3 imps worth of gold. So we'll be getting basically between 3 and 9 imps in those fights. Between the 2 of them, that's 6 to 18 imps. So worst case is actually not much more gold than it cost me to stay at the inn. But best case, you get 18 imps worth of experience. And that's pretty good. It's not quite as good efficiency-wise as the Mad Ponies, I would say. We're gonna kill a fiend tonight. I'm gonna be lucky if we kill Astos tonight. That is my goal. If we take Astos down in the first 5 hours, I will be thrilled. For Black Mage, Astos was like 10 hours in. It was an adventure. Especially if we even killed the pirates in 5 hours and Black Mage. Solo Grimp. Well, we'll see if we get good Grimps in the next one. We get a triple Grimp. This will still pay off. Hey there, Linuxman. How's the Solo White Mage challenge going? Well, we are hitting things with hammers, and that's about how it's going. Lots of hammering. Garland's dead, so that'll be pretty good. Already got our first boss out of the way. We're working on level 5 currently. Level 5, I'll probably go over to Provoca. Start doing some grinding there. We can get some very good grinding with Kaizakus and Ogres. Kaizaku for money, Ogre for experience. Really Ogre for experience and money. You can maybe even think about doing Geists, although they'd be pretty dangerous with their stun touch. Going north for better encounters, yes. So if you're north of the castle line, it's different encounters. If you're south of this road that I'm on right now, so even with the top of the castle or below, every single fight is nothing but regular imps. There are no other encounters that you're really going to see there, other than the super, super rare ones. But when you go up north, one row, then you get the Grimps and the Wolves and the Mad Ponies at reasonable odds. Not quite the same as the monsters that are right outside of Temple of Fiends, but it is a lot more of a mix of things. Alright, what's up to $500 now? Got 138 to go. So an Imp and a Grimp could do it. We got Imp and Wolf coming up. Just stay up here. It's the same one either way, 3 to 5 imps. And Imp, Wolf, Imp would be pretty close as well. I'd have to compare in the long run how this does versus cashing in on tents and doing a bunch of really dangerous Temple of Fiends fights. Those would certainly get you a lot more XP per battle and gold per battle, but resources consumed per battle are also much higher. So you could do things like a big pack of wolves. 4 to 6 wolves plus a Gerwolf, or get the creeps or the bones or spiders or things like that. And that's where it's like, it's hard to tell really what the break even is. It's like, the monsters don't give you a lot of cash. So I think that buying the tents is likely going to be a net loss, but you get the experience so much faster. For Mad Pony and Grimp Iguana, the bigger Mad Pony fights are over towards Provoca. You can get the Imp, Grimp, Wolf, Gerwolf. You get the Iguanas by themselves. You get the really big one, the Grimp Werewolf. That would be South Provoca. But these are all things that are well out of our league for right now. Alright, what do I... yeah, we'll do it this way. Gonna take the break even there. And then we can do the Wolf Imp. I'm not sure if I want to take the Grimp now, because we're actually kind of pushing what the level up's gonna be like. Just one wolf. Okay. Well, as long as we don't get triple Grimp, we could be pretty good there. So you're 24. So 84 here, which means we're going to go anywhere between 18 and 30 experience on this imp fight. We get 24. Undead and Temple of Fiends, we did fight some zombies and ghouls earlier. Ghoul at 93, that's 15 and a half imps, is doable but very hard. Like, you get to have the paralysis problems as well as the fact that harm is not a guaranteed kill. The zombies are a lot better, but most of those monsters, the walk up there, you're going to take at least 3 other battles going there and back. That's a really rough stretch because you have to either spend money on tents, which is $75 a pop, and that is all of your cash that you expect to have for the entire trip, not even being able to pay for an inn on top of it. Or you have to walk there and hope that you don't die after getting a successful fight. And Lithium Brigade Bait, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here. We are doing some solo White Mage. It is going to be very arousing. There is going to be a lot of rusing and hammering and maybe even a little bit of muting if we get up to Astos at some point. Alright, so 60. At this point we need 10 imps, which I guess means we could actually do the Grimps. Let's see if we can grab them. Come on, Grimp. I'm pretty sure I don't go over. We're gonna cheese the Zombles as soon as Harm 2 is available. I don't think we need to do the Harm 2 on the Zombles as much as we need to get the ruses going. Harm whatever we can, and hammer away. And I think Giants might actually be better for that. Because Zomble Troll, the problem is the Trolls have multiple attacks per round, so they're much more likely to critical you. Whereas Giants are only one attack per round. Zombles are also only one attack per round, but the Troll's pretty common with them. Vitality divided before rounded down +1 before the level is calculated. I remember there was a lot of experimentation, Shaywolf, with the Vitality formula. But I think we'll be better off if we just say we're just getting all the Vitality points. Then it'll be much simpler. This is level 5 we're going for right now, Miria. And we've killed Garland. We've done a lot of stuff. Alright, so at this point we are looking at 6 to go. So we don't want to do another fight. Even one imp will put us over the top. And let's look at our level up here. This is guaranteed agility and vitality. We would like to have both the strength and the luck point, which is going to be a 1 in 16 chance, but we don't have to care about HP ranges because it's a regular level up. So 1 in 16 looks to be exactly what the odds are. So the most common group of Inspire are 2 to 4 Zombles. It's 1 to 4 Zomble plus 0 to 2 Trolls. And the way it works for the roll is that you roll the Zombles 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you already have 4, you can't fit any Trolls in there, so it's going to be 0 to 0. If you got 3, it's 0 to 1, 50% odds. If it's 1 or 2, then you got 0, 1, or 2, so equal odds, 1 in 3 chance of each of those, and that's how it constructs the battles. But that's actually not that common of a fight overall. You just force them by hard resetting a lot. All right, here we go. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality, and no luck point. I may regret this, but we're going to reset and try and get that luck point for a little bit. And JBG, thank you very much for subscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy your emotes and other benefits arriving shortly. Crazy enough to try Solo Thief on stream, please don't die straight out of Melmont. Please do not die. Frostwolf, Giant, Zomble Troll, you have the Tyro fight, and then you have the Wyvern fight. Wyvern is the rarest encounter, Tyro is the second rarest, and then you have pretty even mix between Giants, Zombles, and Frostwolves. I believe Giant is the most common of the 3, Zombles number 2, and Frostwolves number 3. Agility, intelligence, vitality, no extra points. How important is luck for the solo White Mage? Well, every point of agility and luck that I can get will improve our chances of getting a first strike instead of a neutral or an ambush start. And it's a very, very small effect, but over the course of a lot of levels, it would add up. Getting, like, consistently maxing these out. Is T-Rex the rarest monster in the game, tied with the Iron Golem? Both of them are a 1 in 64 encounter that are only in one zone. T-Rex in the area around Mirage Tower, Iron Golem only on T-Mat 2's floor. And Temple of Fiends revisit it. Looks useful up to the guaranteed running. Yeah, but you get that pretty much at level 15. There is very little that you need to do for guaranteed runs in NES Final Fantasy to do a bug. Alright, here we go. No strength point. I know I'm going to regret passing on that savvy first try there. I just so want to at least give a crack at getting the full Savile again. If you could save more than one game, so you actually be able to roll back in case you got a good level up at the start, spent a while trying to get other ones, and didn't succeed, it would be a lot less stressful doing these. But given that you've only got one shot at it, and you either commit to going or you commit to resetting, no takebacks in either direction, makes it a lot more challenging to be willing to give things up. We saw this with the Black Mage as well, particularly in the later levels, where you didn't have a lot of guaranteed stat-ups. And so often there was a question of, do we take the 1 in 4, or do we push for the 1 in 16? And normally what I did was I put like a cutoff. We'd say like, alright, if I don't have level up by 2 hours on the clock, then I'll take the next strength only level up that I get. And that's the way we kind of rolled with Black Mage. Probably something similar for White Mage here. Makes sense. So we'll do a bunch of these. We'll see if we get the full Savile. And then at some point, 2 hours is probably not a bad option for it. Maybe 155. Then we'll say, next one that's strength only. And then we have only a 1 in 4 to deal with. We're gonna fight a Warmech. Fighting Warmech would basically be doing Bane's Sword T-Pain. So I don't think it's a really interesting fight at this point for these character classes. You basically get to Warmech, 75% chance of being ambushed, although you can probably survive an ambush round. And have, 3 or 4, maybe at most 6 chances. And you pretty much have to Bane's Sword, because you can't have the Masmune. There's no way to get the Masmune out of Temple of Fiends without a travel spell. And we did beat Warmech for Fighter. Pretty easy. Beat Warmech for Black Belt, very easy. Beating Warmech for Red Mage, that one was the first one that was a very serious challenge. Basically, rusing up at the start, dropping a bunch of cures, fasting a Sun Sword, like, you could do it. But it was hard. Black Mage I don't think you could do without Bane strats. And so we did it with a Black Wizard, which is just go up there and nuke him a bunch. White Wizard, you could do it with fading him a bunch. But really, unclass changed. It's Bane only. No strength point. Bruise plus Cure 4 you don't get Cure 4 as a White Mage, Austin. You get Cure 3, but that'll only heal you for like 90 damage. And not the 999 that you were hoping for with Cure 4. If you had Cure 4 on solo White Mage, I think it would make things so much better. Because you do have a big tank of HP, and so you could burn through easily all the Fiends and Temple of Fiends with 1 Cure 4 each. Chaos, I don't know how that would go, because his Cure 4 happens pretty fast, and you don't have fast in your Masmune. Gonna class change this run. The idea is that we do not class change. White Mage will be a White Mage at the end of the game. Nuclear does not get reduced by ribbon. Nuclear is a non-elemental spell. Nuclear, Fade, Nuke, Swirl, Tornado are the ones that nothing reduces the damage from. Should we give magic resistance? No. The idea of giving stat bonuses to equipment items was actually not in this game. The only thing equipment can do is give you elemental resistance types. And there's 8 different types of elements. So you're gonna have anywhere between 0 and 8 bits set for resistance bits. Do we have to class change for any of the other solo character class runs? Nope. We did Fighter, Red Mage, Black Belt, and Black Mage without character classing any of them. Your Agama's name is Steve. What a common name. Pretty much 98% of Agamas are named Steve. Strange but true. Agama facts right there. I think Thief might be just best off Bane sorting. Everything for Tiamat 2 really comes down to whether you could do enough damage with that Masby to make it worth picking up. Without Fast, I'm not sure it really beats out just like doing the Thor Hammer or Black Shirt a whole bunch. I guess Black Shirt would do slightly more damage. And when you get to Chaos, like the same calculation takes place. Which is that Black Mage with a fasted Masbune just barely is able to take Chaos out. And so if you've got an unfasted Masbune, realistically, can you get that to pay off? Or do you just go for the Bane Sword strats and give it the 8 or 10 or however many trips it takes down to Chaos to get enough tries with the Bane Sword for it to finally work? Did we get stuck in a couple of RNG loops with the Fasted Masbune? I did recognize that there was an RNG loop happening, and so I had to deliberately pause on the very last attack to figure out if I wanted the RNG loop or not. It's like when you have a solo character, it's actually easier to be in RNG loops because the monsters will retarget if they pick an invalid move. So like if they do a physical attack against somebody that's already dead, they just get to re-roll that. And so they eat up more random numbers than they would otherwise. And it makes it a lot more likely that they get through 256 in a single combat round, which is what causes RNG loops to happen. Chaos Lord Wesker, thank you very much for those bits there. We'll definitely put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, we will hammer it until it has relief. Thanks again. To get a successful Bane Sword on a bunch of fiends, so Black Mage isn't using spells for the most part on those fiends. Black Mage is just doing ruse and a whole bunch of hammers and shirts and things. So I don't think that Thief has anything different in that regard. Like, there's really not much you can do to make those earlier fiends go better. You're hoping that you get ruses up before you get murdered by their physical attacks, and then once your ruses are up, you're hoping that you're not murdered by their spells before you can slowly grind them down. Alright, I think we'll keep with the current plan, which is I'm going to go to the 2-hour mark on the timer. If we haven't gotten a full Savile at that point, then I will take the next Savvy level up. That's S-A-V-I. That'll be my balance between trying to get this 1 in 16 to work out and not spending too much time on a luck point, which is a lower priority than a lot of the other considerations here. Come on, strength point. Nope. Still have not seen a strength point since our very first attempt at the level up. It's like that luck point that we were trying to get for level 2. Final equipment for armor is probably Opal Bracelet, Ribbon, Pro Ring, Pro Cape. You might have to swap out the Pro Cape for a black shirt if you want to have more attack power. If you're just stuck with the weapon slots, then you're down to basically a choice between Thor Hammer and Mage Staff, so Lit 2 or Fire 2. And those will do a little bit less damage than Ice 2 would on monsters that have the same elemental compatibility. What does intelligence do? It does absolutely nothing. Not even a little bit. And no strength point. I think that when you're talking about the point in the game when you have the Silver Hammer and the Power Staff, which is post-Astos, there's really no situation where, realistically, you are hammering on things other than totally rused up monsters that can't do anything else besides just miss all the time. So it probably doesn't make a big difference which of the two that you swing. Like, you're gonna be much more effective with a Zeus Gauntlet once you get to Ordeals. And really never look back, because you'll have Zeus Gauntlet on until you get past the airship, and then you can switch over to a Mage Staff or a Thor Hammer so that you can fit a Pro Cape into the Zeus Gauntlet spot. Alright, Dan, do you get a strength point here? We want to see some strength. Willing within. The mighty Dan. And we get no strength point. No strength point. Alright, 5 more minutes to go. Then we will bail on our luck point, making this 4 times more likely that we get an acceptable level up. Hey there, Chitin. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here and ready to watch Dan battle imps and more imps and possibly ogres. Possibly some ogres at some point here. Actually, once we go over to Provoke, I imagine that we'll be getting significant progression in terms of our monster encounters pretty fast on that side. Strength is basically how hard you hit. Yeah, your physical attack prowess is boosted by strength. And so every point of strength is 1 to 2 extra damage per attack that you do. So if you do 4 attacks per round, that'd be equivalent of getting, on average, 6 extra points of damage. Are we doing I or Zombie D grinds? I don't know if I want to do an I grind. It's a rough experience with the rest of Ice Cave. Nope. Did not get strength point. Can do the mummy trap grind. The problem with the mummies is that you do get put to sleep a lot. And so it's a moderate XP fight for low to moderate risk. And I think you'd much rather have a super high XP fight like doing Peninsula Power at a high risk instead. Because you might reset a bunch, but you'll get way, way faster growth overall. Doing like Peninsula Power grind. We can do that even before Astos, which is why I think that's going to be our preference. Once we have the pirates down, then I think we start heading up to Peninsula Power with Harm 2s, ruse up Harm 2, and beat down anybody that's left over afterwards. And yeah, I think if we had travel spells, if you could exit out of Ice Cave, I grind would be way more acceptable overall. Alright, 3 minutes to go. Still no signs of our mysteriously lost strength point. I has Mage and Sorcerer, Frost Giant, Frost Wolf. Image Wraith, you're not going to have fire resistance at that point, so you're going to be paralyzed by all the monsters in there. Ice Cave is really terrifying for a solo character. Fighter gets fire resistance halfway through, but nobody else does. What is the probability of a good level up? 1 in 16 for the ideal level up. If I accept not having the luck point, it's 1 in 4. What spells do I get from here on out? So we're going to get the Cure 1, Cure 2, Cure 3. Harm 1, Harm 2. I think we get Harm 3. Yeah, we should get Harm 3. We get Fear. I might get A Fire, A Lit, A Ice. I'm not certain that those are worth it. But it might be interesting to toss them around as ideas for like a Lich fight. Going with some way of getting more spell resistance up so that we can survive his spells coming in. Alright, 1 minute to go. I think we'll probably have to take the next one strength point. Luck point regardless. So I will definitely be muting Chaos. We're muting Astos. Muting Chaos, I don't think it's worth it. But muting Astos, yes. If you don't mute him, then there's really no way that the White Mage is going to win for a very long time. And if you do mute him, he's actually a pretty easy fight. Just a long, long battle. Some of the things that we don't need to get. We don't need to get the heal spells, because they're always at the same tier as a cure spell. And from a practical perspective, I guess maybe not. Maybe we could heal 3. Because with Cure 4, and you can't get the Cure 4 side of it. But from a practical perspective, the heal spell does less healing than the Cure spell will do. So there's no reason to get heal at the same tier as a Cure. No reason to get revival spells, so we don't need life 1. No reason to get soft or pure or other things like that. Definitely not getting mute. Other than the fact that we need it for Astos. But yeah, if you look at it overall, you poke at most of the spells and be like, there's really no point to ever having this. And then there's these occasional ones where like, wait a minute, but I need this for this one circumstance. And that's where they kind of pop in to get a little bit more density. Other than that, you're just getting mostly the healing spells. Does Heal 2 being bugged do the same thing as Heal 3 make it useful? Well, it's versus Cure 3. So a heal spell is with the cure spell of the next tier up. So it's actually lower still in terms of value. Go for another 10 minutes on the luck point. Well, we haven't seen the strength point again since the very first one. So I might have to just take the next strength one that we get. We'll at least get the savvy level up here. Alright, nope. No strength point. So a way to check Fantasy Final Fantasy stats after the season is over. You can look at your own team, but you can't look at anybody else's. That's true during the season as well. Tracker for the total weeks of Fantasy Final Fantasy. We could maybe do a game count for the season. It's kind of tricky to know when it's actually in a season game or not. Like, usually the best way to check it is just to see what the total season points are of the leader. And the closer you are to 200, the closer you are to the end of the season. As 4 White Mages is actually kind of easy. 4 White Mages I can do in like 10 hours. 10 to 12 hours, depending on your luck on Chaos. Solo White Mage. Easily double that. Like, at a minimum. And do we get a strength point? No strength point. Dan is as noodly as he is unlucky with these level ups. Really just need to get this level up done so I can go over to Provoca. Start doing some bigger monster grinds. Hey there, Lapkey, and welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday here. And ready to enjoy our solo White Mage challenge. Where our current challenge is to get Dan buffed. He refuses to go to the gym now. Is there ever going to be a solo thief attempt? Maybe. Definitely not right now, though. Fastest solo fighter probably is the fastest, although Black Belt does give it a run for the money in the late game. Black Belt's an easier finish, Fighter's an easier start, but they're the two easiest. Hey there, Captain Stu. What's the ETA on a run like this? 25 to 30 hours. I'll do about 5 hours a night for a week or two. It's like, tonight I'll be happy if at the end of 5 hours we have defeated Astos. Like, that would be an actual pretty serious accomplishment. Hey there, Lobster Kitty. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here, and Leonard Rockstein, welcome in as well. What level do I expect to be to kill Astos? Astos is not really the problem so much as the wizards. And since we plan to do a Peninsula power grind, it's almost kind of arbitrary for what we get up to. I would say we're Peninsula powering up to like 15 or 16. I'm not sure if it gets really that big of a difference at that point, but we could do it earlier. Like, I think White Mage at 12 could probably take him down. Dan, though, remains stuck at level 4 until he gets that strength point. Should have taken that very first level up with the strength point. We didn't get the luck point, which is why I passed on it. But we have yet to see another strength point pop since then. It's okay, we'll get one eventually. Then we'll have the really tough level up coming up next. Level 6 is a hard one. It's gonna be the first one where we have to get one of the double points. It has no strength point and no vitality point. On top of it, it's a strong level up. And it's got no agility point, but agility is gonna be so far down the list, I'm not even gonna care. Level 6 will have to do the 1 in 16. And that's at least the last one of those. Actually, no, level 8's also got one like that. Ooh, White Mage's got a bunch of 16s. We're gonna have some fun with these. But I do Pirates before 6. I don't know what our pirate potential is like right now. We take 13 damage a hit, but we take 13 or 14, depending on if they roll high or not. And I don't know how many are going to let their attacks land, depending on where we get that ruse off in the first round. I think it's doable. If you get an early ruse in the first round, that'll be big. And then just like a decent placement for the second ruse, you can probably go from there, curing up a little bit during the fight, but one hammer per pirate. Hopefully you don't miss too much, and just start knocking them down. I think pirates are going to be way, way easier with White Mage than Black Mage overall. And no strength point. Did PSP with 4 White Mages. It's really fun in the remakes to do like 4 White Mages. I've done a bunch of 4 White Mage runs. It's about 5 hours or so on the remake versions, because you can get like the fangs from the 15 puzzle, which lets you blitz through this early bit of the game. You have the power glove, so you can buff up in the boss fights, so you don't have to be like super leveled up. And you have things like Phoenix Downs, Ethers, ways to recover your MP, and that means your spells are never going to really run out. And when you put all those things together, it almost entirely eliminates the need for a lot of the small grinding along the way. Might do one quick grind at the end, but that's really, really quick compared to the overall process for the NES version. Did Black Mage rely on hitting sleep on a whole bunch of pirates? Sleep does not work on monsters correctly. So monsters are always going to wake up on the first try, which means if you only have a single character, sleep does not help you. It is something we experimented with to find that out, though. No strength point. Maybe I'm in the wrong forest. Maybe we've got the forest of no strength. Try one row down to see if that works better. I can't believe Dan is doing so terribly at his level ups already. He's gonna need to work on that. This is RNG Superstition. This is RNG Fact, the cheese grater. The Noodly Arm Forest, a well-known part of Final Fantasy lore. have no strength point. No strength point still. How much am I gonna aggressively optimize for? Strength and vitality are the only two that I'm going to force every level up. At least for the majority of it. Like, I don't think you need to force the vitality at, like, the mid-40s and beyond, but... White Mage has a lot of levels where you're gonna need to force two things. And... one of the things I learned from the Black Mage playthrough is how big of an impact that missing an early vitality point has. We know that strength is going to be important. If we ever want to be able to physically attack things, we have to get max strength, and then you're basically a very weak fighter. Fewer attacks per round, slightly less base damage, but actually close to it. And that means you can at least somewhat keep up with the mid-game monsters, but the late game is... Late game is brutal until you get the Mazmune. Do we get a strength point on this side? No strength point. The Power Glove worked. Oh boy, things would be so much better. Power Glove would let you take care of the late game bosses very easily. You'd still have to get set up, you'd still need to be like level 50 and have a lot of hit points. But you could spend 4 to 5 rounds buffing and then you're doing a couple hundred damage per swing, and even Chaos's Cure 4, you've got the ability to outspeed him. Getting those buffs up, he does the Cure 4, then you go to town and you take him down before the nuke happens. Hey there, Dom Grady 12. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here and ready to enjoy watching Dan hit imps upside the head with a hammer. Do we have a strength point? No strength point. Change the response speed. We can't deal with the response speed being any slower than this. This is already pretty slow. We would hate to go down from 8 to 7. Damn. Did you get the strength point here? 1 in 4, yep. 1 in 4. There we go. Strength, agility, intelligence, vitality. We did not get the luck point, but we're taking it. We're gonna take it anyway. Imagine 8 to 1. We had to do 16 to 1 odds for the next level up T-Pain. That was the easy one. It'd be 1 in 16 if I had gotten the luck point on top of that. Next time we have to have the 1 in 16 for strength plus vitality. Hey there, Nest Master, welcome in. We are indeed doing solo White Mage here. Not in one sitting, but it'll be over the course of a week or two here. We've done solo fighter, Red Mage, Black Belt, and Black Mage already, so we have some credibility at being insane. Dan is in fact completely nuts. That is true. That is a true statement that cannot be denied. Favorite song of the series is the Final Fantasy I bridge sequence, and you get to hear it for 9 seconds. It's also the only break you have. It's not even really a break because you can speed up the message box text by alternating between the A and B buttons during it. That's one of the things that makes this game rough to do speedruns of, is there's no breaks at all. It wasn't until later RPGs they started giving you gigantic cutscenes to stretch to go to the bathroom or get water or things. Totally doing Marscape tonight. We got a chance. We have a chance. Don't have a chance of winning on this. Oh boy, these mad ponies. Oh, so much Dan damage. I'm just gonna run. Probably not gonna happen. Nope. Try again, Dan. We hadn't gotten ambushed. That would have been a good fight. 189 experience. 189? Something about that. Yeah, I think so. Because I want to say they're 10.5 imps each. So you get 31.5 imps for that fight. If you live. Bulls are pretty good. We'll take this pack here. This will be 20 imps worth of experience. Only 5 imps worth of cash, though. Which is why we weren't trying to do the really aggressive battles prior to this point. Yeah, you get to the level ups faster, but if you're losing money on the fights, then you've got a really big problem. You'll eventually have no cash for the inns, and then you just add a brick wall. Death counter. Just imagine the largest number that you can type, and then keep typing more digits. That'll be an accurate representation of our death counter today. To go. At least we're at the part of the level ups where you have a big enough gap that I should be able to earn enough money to get most of my stuff done at Provoca prior to the next level up grind happening. Want to make sure we get those gloves. Jaunty gloves to protect Dan's hands from the bitter cold. We'll probably start needing some heal potions. I might not need the heal potions like right away, but I think by the time we get to Marsh Cave we need to be loaded up on those. Pure potions obviously, couple of tents for saving outside the dungeons, and then just start diving down until we get the 2 wizards. Hey there, News3, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday here, and hope you're ready for a solo Dan challenge. Just gonna hope that we can run. Girl's gonna take considerably longer to kill. I mean, again, really good experience compared to what we've been seeing with the imps. But eventually I gotta get to Provoca so that we can start getting ogres and kaizakus. Last try, Dan. Doesn't make it. Dan does not make it. Keep at it. Keep at it, Dan. Relaxing evening of Dan's. There is indeed a lot of snoozing on the ground by Dan here today. He is getting comfortable on the cold, marshy floor. Only we had that luck point, I know. Would have made all the difference. Discount frozen Agamas Shinobi are only a last resort of people stranded in desperate locations. Always make sure, if possible, that you get the high quality, original, authentic, full value Agamas. What spells did I take? From first tier we got Ruse, Cure, and Harm. Fog would be nice, but you really can't fit it in, and it's definitely less priority than having any of those other three. The only one you could argue would be Harm, because it's got a short lifespan, and Fog potentially outlives it. But I don't think that really makes sense if you are in a battle where you're rused up. Then it's probably not worthwhile trying to Fog on top of that. It's like if you get critical, then heal up and keep repeating that process. The only exception would be monsters with very high critical hit rates, and there's just not that many of them. Preview of our Astos battle right here. Except Astos, we're not going to get the 14s. We're just going to get ones. Alright, Iguana's down. I wanted the Iguana, who is worth 25.5 imps worth of experience right there. I know Black Mage we went too soon to Provoca. I don't think it's going to be a problem with the White Mage here because we will have such a better chance of getting through encounters. Oh, the double hit. The double hit's bad. Come on, Dan, get that ruse up. Get it up! No! Dan went down. Dan went down again. 4 mad ponies too many. I think even if you were very underleveled for Kraken, you'd have Fog too. It's only level 16 that you need for 6-tier spells as a White Mage, and underleveled for Kraken is going to be like 45. It's like you're not doing carry Kraken or Tiamat until you're basically at level 50 for all of them. Certainly for Tiamat level 50, carry you could do earlier in there. Kraken you could do a little bit earlier, but not by a large amount, because you have to get through the Sea Shrine or through Gurgir Volcano to get to those bosses. And that's a long trip through those, especially Sea Shrine, all of the unrunnable, unpleasant encounters in there. It is hard to make it through. No class change, that is correct. And yeah, basically carry is anytime you want to do it. You don't need to do carry at all until very late over in the game. Well, this wolf fight has suddenly gone badly. These wolves are past their expiration date. Could possibly survive a creep fight. If we can get a ruse off first, and then run away once we're double rused, could maybe do it. But 13's in the range where Dan's just gonna get one shot by everything. Do we want the iguana? We do not want the iguana. Try again, Dan. Try again. On the plus side, 0 steps past the last encounter for restarting that. We are wasting no steps when it comes to the encounter cycle. What level are we right now? We are level 5. We're trying to get to Provoca so that we have a better grind spot. Rather than doing imps, we want to get much more experience per battle, and then try and find something that we can take out for the level up. The problem is going to be that, sure, you can get to level 5 and 9/10, but it's going to be a really slow process getting to level 6, because you'll be struggling against everything in Provoca still. So I have to figure out how to get back from Provoca to Canaria to do the level up grind itself. In fact, what we might just end up doing is getting probably about 150 to 200 short. That should be enough money for the gloves and other early stuff there. And then just come back. It's like we need to get 800 experience. That would still give me like 600 experience for the trip. Let's see if that works out overall. If it doesn't work out, other alternative is to go across the bridge, get encounters up there, and then come back to Canary each time. And stay at that end rather than trying to make it all the way to Provoca. Provoca might not be Provoca. That would be problematic. I kind of need that mute spell. You know, I'm going to try this. So, I'm going to grind on this side of the bridge, which will give me the encounters that I want. But we'll take one battle and then come back to the easier fights so that we are at least getting credit for those battles and be in a good position for picking up the level 6 after that. It's a 1 in 16 chance. It's going to be really, really tough to get the level up to happen anyway. It's going to be further north. Where's the zone line going to be? 16 blocks north of the previous one is how far up this little peninsula? $61, okay. But if we're up here, this would be enough. And we get rid of the bridge scene, that is true. Another benefit there. Once the bridge scene is done, our lives will be in some small way lessened. Is it worth it to go to Matoya to pick up the chest? Well, it's 2 heal potions and a pure potion at Matoya, so not really much interesting there. Matoya doesn't have a lot of value until you got the crystal in the vanilla version of the game. Randomized, you could get whatever, but since we already know what's in there, can easily get those from the shops instead. Alright, so let's try going far enough north that I should be in the next zone. Except we still get the imps. So is that one not actually a different encounter zone yet? We have to actually go east over there. It's like, certainly if we went up into Matoya's area, we'd start getting asp and creep and other things. I guess we have to go over here. Oh yeah, that's good enough. Good enough for Dan purposes. Angry ponies is what we have right here. And you have at least enough hit points to survive a critical. And so they've got 2 attacks per round, 8 attacks total. It's pretty dangerous here. Getting a 4 mad pony fight for the crits happening. They are extremely angry ponies, let me assure you. You may think you've seen some ornery horses, but these are at the top of the charts. Dan, what are you doing? Make contact, at least. Dan is embarrassing us all out there. He is embarrassing every one of us. One down. On the plus side, this is still way better than the Black Mage grind was. Black Mage was basically doing imps for another 3 levels until we could realistically do the Provoca monsters. White Mage has this huge advantage with Ruse being just so generally effective throughout the early game, mid game, even the late game. Although by late game you're using the defense sword rather than casting it, so they lose the uniqueness of that advantage. But it's still a very powerful concept. Breaking out the evasion in this game. Oh man, I gotta do this with 22 HP on the way back. Now it's a lot scarier for the walk. Only I had my gloves. Alright, how much do we get for that? That's a lot of imps. 42 imps worth of experience right there. Really dunk down into the pure imp zone and back around. Okay. That was pretty good. 42 imps is a very nice pickup. And I think we found basically the earliest spot we could be standing to be able to get that encounter there. And we're done with the bridge scene. Also a benefit. Maybe someday you'll get more bridge music, T-Pain. If you make it to Chaos, then you get to hear the theme again for the closing credits. What's after this grind? Well, this grind is the lead up to the Pirates' most niftiest. Once I can do the Pirates, I'll kill them, get the boats, start getting Harm 2 and other nice things for the next level of upgrades in the White Mage. Sadly, not a lot of defensive improvements. You get the Copper Bracelet, so plus 3 defense is it. Gotta wait all the way until Melmond for the Silver Bracelet to show up. How many imps till 5? Well, we already got level 5. We're working on level 6 now. And we'll see what our imp count looks like for level 6 here coming up. 6 is going to be the really big struggle on just getting the stat ups. And I'm going to have to find out how much do we want to put in before we give up on a vitality point. Hopefully we get the strength and the vit point though. Easy ogre times. Another 35 imps right there. Yeah, 516. So we've done those 2 battles about 40% of our level. So 2 more trips out there should be good. And the level comes with a hefty bit of cash. At least if we do ogres. If we do mad ponies, the money is not nearly as good, but enough to get us at least an in trip each time. What level do I need to be to beat Astos? Well, Astos is really gated on the wizards. So if you can cast Mute and you can cast Ruse, you can beat Astos. It might take a long time, but you have patience and many fingers to hold down the A button. Getting the wizards is really the grind before that. I would say you don't need a lot of levels, but if you're going to be doing Peninsula Power, you can go pretty hard on that, and then just come back to Wizards and Astos whenever you feel like it. Like, I expect to be like, probably level 14 or so, that we end up doing those. We'll see if Dan wanted the iguana and can successfully eat an entire iguana in a single bite. We don't get credit, then we should be pretty good on health for the walk back. It's a big if right there. Forgot things appeared this early. Well, I'm also kind of intentionally flushing out monsters at the most advantageous spots to stand, so that we're doing less walking but getting reasonably useful encounters. Going for any level up manipulation, well, there's no way to manipulate it, other than to just reset and try repeatedly for the stats that you want. We have to get basically perfect stat growth throughout the entire lifetime of the White Mage. Otherwise, your HP is going to be several hundred points lower, and your strength is going to be pretty puny, so that you have a bit of a struggle to do anything with physical combat. And we're close. Close to the good zone. Now, if that's what you mean, then yes, there will be a lot of resets to get our level ups good. We've already had to do quite a lot of work for the first couple, and this next one is our first time that's a required 1 in 16, which is basically as worse as it gets for the combination of stats. This will at least get me enough cash to justify staying at the end. I was kind of hoping for Gerwolf to show up as well. I don't think Gerwolf would have put me over the top for level 6 for like 300 experience points right now from it. Imps are anywhere between 18 and 30 for a battle with them. And things up here, like worst case is solo creep, he's pretty bad, but mostly you're going to get like an average of like 150 or so. Hey there, Killer Ink. We have yet to do any swimming. When we get there, though, I assure you we will try to stay in the finest of canoes for going through the river sections. What level is Dan? Dan is currently 5, working on level 6 here. The big holdup is really just getting the perfect stats. If you just wanted to grind experience, you could go way faster. But late game, you'd pay for it a lot. Level cap being 50 is very much working against you with these solo character challenges. And that's one of the things that I feel like from a mechanics perspective has not aged as well, is the way that the game caps out with different classes having wildly different maximums. What's a good endpoint? I'd be thrilled if we end up taking out Astos by the end of this. I don't know how practical that is, but that would be a very nice dream. I'll probably do it by the clock though. Looking around like 5 to 5.5 hours, I think, for tonight's playthrough. Tonight I'm not going to worry about doing, Dragon Quest IV on the side. After this stream here tonight though, we'll probably look at like 4.5 hours of Final Fantasy per day, and then keep working on Dragon Quest V now that we're Dragon Quest IV now that we're into Chapter 5, to chip away at that slowly over time. Hey there, Master DX. 3 hours to be at level 5, well, almost level 6. Show some respect here for Dan. But yeah, because we have to manipulate the level ups, and because it's the solo White Mage fighting imps, it takes a long time to get those levels. I'm gonna do a Thanksgiving stream, so my normal schedule is Saturday through Wednesday, so I'm not planning to do anything for Thanksgiving specifically. We'll have a Thanksgiving Eve stream, which will be more Final Fantasy solo White Mage. But I don't know if I'm going to do anything on Thanksgiving itself. It's like, for one thing, I don't know how many people are actually around watching Twitch on some of the holidays. But also because I want to have some days off. Operator Theory's here watching. I will definitely have some archival footage you can watch, Operator Theory. We got a lot of old videos I'm sure you need to catch up on. HP range for 6 is 24 to 29, you think, Shea Wolf? Is that with or without the vitality point? I actually don't care what we get for the strong level. We'll find out after about 25 resets what the HP range is. My big thing is to get strength point and vitality point both showing up. If I can do that, I'll be happy. Okay, 114. 19 imps to go. So we'll do imps for the rest of this way through here to make sure that we don't accidentally overlevel. Anything up in the north at this point except for a creep would be too much XP. I could take like Grimps, I could take a small pack of wolves, but it's dangerous doing much larger groups than are available outside of the Canary area. T-Pain. We did this with Black Mage, and yeah, there's some levels which legitimately took an hour to get the level up to get perfect, but I would say overall, I didn't have to give up too many times on the solo Black Mage in terms of getting the stats that I wanted. And I'm willing to back off as an agility or luck point. Those are just so much less critical, or so much less visible in terms of the benefits that you get for them. Or strength and vitality, those are important. Especially vitality points. It's another 8 imps worth of experience. At that point, we'd be still more than 5 imps to go, so we'd be safe taking another fight up here. Was strength less important for the Black Mage? No, you didn't get all 50 points of strength for the Black Mage as well. I guess 49 points of strength in the level ups. Like, it is very vital that you get everything that you can when doing these. I'm hoping for a 4 imp pack here, or a 5 imp pack. If I get a 3 imp pack, then I would be not able to guarantee that the next imp fight was a level up, but this will be fine. This gets me everything here. We'll save up. We will be 1 imp fight away, and then we will start grinding out level 6 for our strength and vitality point. And I think we got a lot of good information there from doing that about getting the XP in the northeastern zone from here. So we don't have to go all the way to Provoca right now. In fact, it doesn't really help us other than getting the gloves a little bit earlier to go and pick that town up. It's a more expensive inn to stay at, 50 versus 30. You get probably better control over the monsters because you could do the Kaizaku fights if you beat the pirates. Could we beat the pirates? Maybe. I think it's still a bit of a stretch. You have to survive 9 attacks in the first round, some number of attacks in the second round before you get your second ruse off. And so if you've got less than like 130 hit points, it's rough. If you got 130, I think you could do it though. Into the inn we go, and let's start our level 6 extravaganza. We will have a guaranteed I and L. So we're looking for SVIL at minimum. And we'll get a strong level, but we really don't care about the range as much as we care about the vitality point. Yeah, pirates you could brute force really fast because it's very quick to do that fight again. So you just keep going until you get a really good first round. And if you've taken like less than 50 or 60 damage in the first round, then you're probably good to be able to finish them off. I believe our current max HP is 87. So we'll see what we get for the roll on the HP level up here. And again, we want to get SIVL for our stats at minimum. I mean, we'd love to have a full saddle, but odds of that are very, very low. All right, here we go. First one. 114, agility, intelligence, vitality, luck. No strength point. But the rest of it was pretty good. We got the vitality point first try. And we got the agility point on top of it, but I can't take it without the strength. That would have been a very good one if we got the strength point there. Hey there, Danny Dano. Is this harder than solo Black Mage? It's going to be very similar. It's going to be an easier start and a harder finish. I think the big differences are White Mage, better stats. So overall, statistically, you've got more guaranteed points. You've got more strong level ups. You've got a lot of healing, but you don't have those great AoE spells to use throughout the mid game, and to some extent the late game for grinding. And here we go. This time we have 111, strength, agility, intelligence, luck. Reset. Sail plus no vit point And worst roll. I think we'll definitely pass on that. Yeah, way more hit points is the thing. Like, you should get minimum 75 hit points better than the Black Mage did. And Black Mage was, like, really capping out around, like, 600, 650 or so. So White Mage should be up in, like, the 800 range. That'll help a lot for some of the boss fights. Just able to tank things for a long time. Alright, this time we get 114 IL. Minimum for the point gain there. Can we just skip the ruse? I guess for a single battle we could. Save 2 turns at the start. Dan is very ill, that is true. That's where all my extra luck points were. Spelling out funny words for him. We want Dan to be civil. This time Dan has a 111 evil. Possibly vile. No, definitely vile. He was definitely vile. Looking at some level ups after this. So next one we get a guaranteed strength and bit point, great. But we don't get either agility or luck. So still looking at a 1 in 16. That one I might play for trying to get both for a little bit, and then take one of the two afterwards, which should be faster with 2 1 in force. This one's the hard one though. 112 ale. It definitely is what ails me, this level up. I think our HP range is correct, 111 to 116. Looks like it's what we are expected to see there. And we will go hard until we get S and V. Alright, this one is 112 and ale again. Too much ale for Dan. We're gonna drop him into the ink tank until he recovers. Just matching up the level ups between White Mage and Black Mage. I'm seeing all the extra stat points I'm getting, particularly for the agilities early on, which is nice. You get some of your HP a little bit earlier, starting at level 10. And 115 strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. 115 sail. I will not sit sail, even at a 115. Like, that's the one that's like, that could be a backup. If you get really desperate, good roll on the strong level up would still lose you like 10 HP in the long run. But getting the strength point and decent in there, getting the agility point on top, I can see arguments being made. And what I ended up taking with the Black Mage, I know we took a couple level ups where we gave up on the vitality point with the Black Mage, and I felt like I regretted it at the end. Because an extra 30 or 40 hit points would have been really good on that Black Mage. And at some point, like, the big enough base, you don't really notice it all that much, but it still is, like, gnawing at you. Alright, 113 ill. think you lose 11 points of HP with no vit, but then possibly you're getting up to 5 points of better strong level up growth. So if you took like a no vit max strong level up versus a yes vit minimum strong level up, that's only a 6 HP difference. And the gap closes the later you go. So these are the ones that are like super important to get the vit points. Once we hit like the 20s and 30s, then I can maybe back off a little bit. All right, 115 and ale. Dan was drinking 115 proof ale. Dan was drinking 115% ale. Made from pure, solid agave squeezings. Alright, 116 and sail. Okay, that's perfect on the HP up. That's as good as you're gonna get without a vitality point. We're gonna give up on it. I'm gonna probably regret that. But we'll keep going for the vit point. 118 is not possible, T-Pain. There's a maximum range. 116 is the best you can get. So you can't beat out the vit point with just a big enough strong level up. There's always got to be at least a minimum of 6 points of loss. Hey Pony, I'd be ecstatic if we had a quad White Mage party. We've got a Dan White Mage party. There's a big difference between the two. Big thing that we have to work on is getting perfect level ups, and that is the challenge. We're working on it right now for level 6. Let's see what we have here. It is 114 and ill. I think we'll go to 315 on the clock, and then take a sail 115 or 116, even though that would pain me. It would pain me a lot. $115 and ill. Keep trying, Dan. .6% chance to get a Savile. I don't need the Savile though. I'm only going for strength and vit, so it's a 1 in 16 chance of that working out. If you wanted to get perfect HP on top of it, in theory that's another 1 in 6, so you're looking at a 1 in 96, but we would take any HP with a strength plus vit point. $113 and ill. So far, 116 sail has been the best one that we've seen. think we had one bit without a strength point, but that was not a realistic trade to make. Like at the end of the game, those strength points, I mean, it is only 6 damage, but at the same time, 6 can be a lot when you think about how some of these fights go. Over many rounds, it is quite a bit of savings. Particularly on the Chaos fight, if we go for the physical attacks there. The interesting thing would be to go for the direction of, forget the strength. We're just going to hard commit to the Bane Sword right now. Dan would certainly approve. Alright, 115 and ale. There's probably some combinations that can't happen because the attack beforehand doesn't kill an imp. So like if you have a miss prior to the one that you're looking for in the RNG cycle, that would not go well. That would be better later on when you don't have as many misses to worry about for the attacks. And other than that, it's just trying all 256 possible values, being frame perfect with each one. $116, strength, agility, intelligence, and luck. It's our second time getting the 116 sail. We've also had a 115 sail on top of that. It hurts so much that I can't save that. If we could take a side save and be like, alright, if we don't get the vit point, I'm going to come back for that. Then things would be so good. Because you could be like, alright, we'll just bound the time that we spend on something. And we don't have to hard commit ahead of time, but no. It's gone forever. Hey there, T-Bo. Why is Dan still doing imps? Because we need to grind our level outs. We are grinding our level ups to perfection, or as close as we can get to them. Dan is not being civil. The best he's been is Vile. And sailing. Sailing in a Vile fashion. Alright, this one is 111 and ill. That is very ill. Worst possible level up right there. Vicky also big into Vile sailing. That man is absolutely filthy. This one is 115 and ill. Hey there, Shadowed Flames. Chaos mode is certainly a thing. Sometimes you'll get a big night. Sometimes you'll get shut out. And I don't know yet how much benefit switching the way Chaos mode scoring works, getting +5 on Chaos instead of +5 for the night, made a difference for Chaos mode teams. But it is something that I kind of look at between seasons, is look at like the average points per game, how people do for Chaos versus non-Chaos to figure out what that bonus should be like. AC:// Welcome in. 114 and ill. We will need a lot of good luck to get civil around here. Or savile, but I'm not holding out for that. What is the absolute worst we could settle for here? So I think a 111 civil is the absolute worst. If we give up on that, then 116 sail would be next down from it. So not truly 1 in 4, it's basically 1 in 4 lithium. Very, very close to it. 111 Evil. Dan is being vile again. We'll do the imps on the other side in a couple minutes, Killer Ink. You gotta stick with what got you here. Right-hand side imps, I'm believing in them. I'm believing in the right-hand side imps for a bit. $112 and ale. I don't think we see a lot of 112s. We see a lot of 111s, 115s, and 116s. But I feel like the 112, 113, 114 is less common. Those are the fine vintage years that everybody else is stocking up on. Not any left available at the imp wineries at this point. $112 and ale again. Alright, left-hand side. We're going for the left imps. I've given up on the right imps. They're dead to me now. I take a civil regardless of the HP. I take a civil regardless of the HP. Losing 5 HP off of the Strong Lillip is better than losing 11 off of the V. 115 SAIL. It's our second 115 sale. We've had 2 116 sales as well. Wait, left-hand side. Left-hand side. We don't even know if it's possible to get the full sample with this one. At a 1 in 64 chance, there might simply be no initial RNG value that gets you the full sample. Only 256 possible entry points, and you don't know what the clumping is like to be able to get that 1 in 64 out of the 1 in 256 chances. Like, you might have a lot of duplicates of one particular one, and then your chosen one does not ever show up. $113 ill. What does A do for a White Mage? Well, agility and luck for all characters will improve your chances of getting first strikes. We don't consider that a primary stat. Biggest stats are strength and vit. Third biggest is the HP gains, but a tier down. And then the next tier down is agility and luck. And then intelligence is all the way at the bottom. It actually does not do anything at all. And so we don't care what happens to that one. Unfortunately, you get a lot of eyes with the mages. We'll have a guaranteed eye for every level until level 30, I think, for White Mage. And Black Mage gives it every single level up, so it's a total waste of their stats. It's like, not only do the mages get less total stats, but they get worse ones. Alright, 115 and ale. If you go check out those fighters and black belts, you're looking at like 50 better points of guaranteed stats, and on top of that, way less of those points are going into intelligence. It's like even better. Would a solo White Mage be easier than Or easier in the remakes? Yes. I mean, the remakes make a lot of things much, much easier. Are starting stats always the same? Yes. Starting stats are always the same for a character class. Different character classes are going to have different stats, but for a given character class, it's always the same. All right, 116, S-A-I-L. Third one of those. 3 116 sales, 2 115 sales, and no civility. I mean, in theory, it should be harder to get a 116 sale than to get a civil of any size. Because 116 sale is 1 in 20. Wells, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday here so far, and ready to watch Dan hit things with a hammer until we get the vitality point we're looking for. This was fun as I can have Dan hit himself with the hammer and get him faster. Well, nice, Wells. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day here. Actually, we'll have another hour and a half to 2 hours of solo White Mage challenge tonight. All right, 113 and ale. Do we have the 2x versus 3x ruse cutoff for agility? I don't think we remember what that value was. I mean, most times I was okay with going with 2x, and White Mage will have 5 more guaranteed agility points compared to Black Mage, so it'll be even better. We've literally only seen a V once. We've had 2 vials. Vreelis. I don't think we've had any avils. Certainly no civils. I would have taken those. We've definitely had 2 vials. And this one is going to be a 114 Avil. That's the best one with vitality points so far. 114 Avil on the list there as well. The evade cap is weird. It's because of the monster accuracy calculations that cap out. When they fix that, it actually makes it so that the later game monsters, particularly Chaos, are much, much harder to dodge. Alright, 114 and vile. Absolutely vile. I mean, we're getting more vitality points. I'm happy about that. We had a long vitality point shortage. We're just going to need to combine our strength points with our vitality points now. And craft the ultimate level up. $116 and ale. The way to figure out the vitality point story, Mr. Penfold, is basically a vitality point is worth a quarter hit point for every level up from now until 50. Do we do this for every level in the run? Well, every level is going to have a different set of parameters, Leapfrog. So, for example, level 2 was a guaranteed sale, and we just needed to get the 1 in 4 chance of the V showing up. Level 13 is going to be guaranteed SIV, and so we could actually say that's good enough, but we'll at least go for a additional agility or luck point on top to make it so that we have some side benefits for it. So there's basically a pre-known table of the guaranteed level ups for every character class and level combination. These stats 100% increase, and all other stats are a 25% increase rate. And this one is 113 and Avil again. Man, if we commit to the Banes so I don't have to care about strength, it'd be so nice. Just go for Avils all the time. Can't do it. I can't say that I'm going to do that, though. But it's probably that Dan gains all 5 stats, negative 38% TPO. And declining. I'm definitely getting the better levels on the left side. A lot more Vit points on the left side. More strength points on the right-hand side. 115 and ill. Now Dan's just sick. Yeah, basically Lithium, that's what you got correct with the monster accuracy, base plus bonus, capping out at 255. And then you have whatever bonuses that your characters have in terms of evasion, natural, plus buffs on top, subtracted off. But there's no point going below a certain value because a critical hit, regardless of what your evasion score is, it's not even going to check it. So once you're at a certain point, criticals will always hit you, but nothing else will. 115 and ill. This is getting pretty far back. I've been looking, Shaywolf. It has moved back about 1.5 inches during this grind. I'll let it go like another 2 inches, then I'll worry about it. Alright, here we go. Coming up next, 114 ill. Still ill here. Seeing more things in the middle of the range as well. We saw a lot of 111, 115, 116. Now we're getting more in the 112, 114 range for HP. So that's changing things a little bit. Yeah, definitely. Once my NES gets too far back, then I start having problems with the cable connection on it. But I have been keeping that in mind. Also, Synth Pop is back. Thank you very much for the raid there. Hope everybody coming in enjoyed watching Synth over there, and hope you're ready for some solo White Mage action, because this is an intense one. We got a 111 vial there. We are working on basically getting the perfect level ups in the early game, so that by the late game we have a chance of being able to defeat Chaos with nothing but an unclass changed lone White Mage. Alright, Nooster, have a good night there. And hope you enjoy your holidays as well. I will have a stream tomorrow on Wednesday. So we do have one more stream planned pre-Thanksgiving. And it'll definitely be more solo White Mage. But also possibly some Dragon Quest IV at the end. Tonight though. Tonight is all White Mage all the time. And we will start here with 112 Ale. Alright, this one is 112 and ale again. Let's go back right-hand side. I am missing my strength points. Too long without a strength point, even if the vitality points are better over there. A more discerning class of imps on that side. Well, thank you very much for subscribing there, by the way. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy your emotes and other benefits arriving shortly. And how long do we expect this to be? I'm guessing 25 to 30 hours for solo White Mage. It's tough to really predict because White Mage is a lot easier to start with than Black Mage was, but harder to finish. 115 and sail. Not even good enough for the second place one. 116 sail is like my fallback. And even though it'd feel kind of icky, I'd lose out permanently like a minimum of 6 HP if I took the 116 sail. But we will be persistent. And try and be civil at the same time. They're just advertising their vile sail ale that makes you ill. Don't drink that stuff. It is disgusting. This one, though, this is not disgusting, it is. 113 ale. No, it's disgusting. That is very ill-inducing indeed. Hey there, Donkey31. We can beat things that are better than imps, but we are doing the imps too. Get our stack growth to be good. This one is 115 ale. Not good enough. So like at this point with ruses, we could take out ogres, we could take out iguanas, mad ponies if we're lucky. And so pretty easy to get like 15, 25 imps in a single fight. But once you are looking for that last bit of experience for the level up, you want to be making the fights be as short as possible. And these imp fights by Canary are really, really fast to do. Or faster than the alternatives. Alright, this one is 116 and sail again. Can't take that yet. It's our fourth 116 sail too. I still dream. I dream of the civils. We'll start putting random delays in the last attack, try and get new parts of the RNG that we have not seen yet, such as 115 and sail. No, we've seen that one. We've seen that one before. Can't believe we start with 9 more vitality than that Black Mage does. That's actually going to be another big difference overall besides the 3 extra strong level ups. Those points will help a lot. Alright, here we go. 113 ill. Nope. Not gonna take that. Actually might be useful to know. If we can skip any vitality points and still hit 999 hit points. It looks like average is 200 points of HP better than the Black Mage was. And Black Mage ended up like in the low 600s. I think we said like 650 was possible, so I'm believing that White Mage is not going to cap even with perfect stats. You're thinking 856 Mr. Penfold. That seemed pretty close to the range I was guessing then. So yeah, we do need the vit points. It's a shame. It's a shame we can't give some up. Alright, 115 and ale. And also, I'm going to max out Vit. The plan is to max out Strength and Vitality. What we won't max out is the random ranges and the strong level ups, so we could be missing out on up to 60 hit points from those. But that's smaller than the loss from missing the Vit points. $116 SAIL Novies. Another 116 Sailor. How important will Harm 3 be in this game? I think Melmon's best contribution is probably going to be Cure 3, Tipo. That one will do a lot more good work. Melmon will also have some silver bracelets. Which I will say the silver bracelet is going to be appreciated, because I'm not getting the silver bracelet out of the Marsh Cave, let me tell you. That is not happening. Bane for team at 1, yes, definitely Bane. It's 1 and 7. Just go for it. Bane against Kraken 1 I don't think is required. Ruse, and then Thorhammer a bunch. Lit 2 on Kraken 1 does a lot of damage, and he doesn't have anything to do once you got all rused up. Alright, this one is 111 ill. Another worst case level up there. Alright, Shay Wolf. Hopefully you can see some civils in your dreams. Have a good night, and hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. $115 ill. Alright, I'm gonna go 5 more minutes on the civils, and then we will take the next 116 sail that comes up. So 335 is gonna be the magic number for 116 sail to become an acceptable one. And Mr. Penfold, thank you very much for subscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying this hammering, and I hope you enjoy many more such adventures in the future, as well as your emotes and other benefits. Shouldn't need to attempt Bane and Chaos? I don't know. Chaos might be tough. Like, it was very, very hard with a Black Mage who has fast. So think about White Mage having half the damage output. Can you realistically take Chaos down fast enough? And it's scary looking at the odds. Do Agamas eat peanut butter? Agamas eat most substances, including ones that don't exist, but they are allergic. Tangerines. Hey there, Adam, welcome in. Dan is beating Tazbot with a hammer as we speak. There is a lot of beatings going on here. Alright, 111 and Vile. We have yet to be civil for this level up so far. Can Agamas tell why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Agamas are why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Lance of Jades. It's a well-kept secret, but a strange and true Agama fact. What happens if you feed an Agama tangerines? Well, it does cause it to collapse into a black hole, so you should probably avoid doing that, bad actor. Level up here is 112 Ale. 2 more minutes for our civil requirement, then we'll go 116 Sail after that. I think we've seen 5 116 Sails so far, and then 4 115 Sails. But why settle? Just because we can't find a civil. It's supposedly 1 in 16. Easier to find than a 116 Sail. $112 Ale. Oh man, we got a Savile at this point. That would be ridiculous. We had a couple of Avils. I don't remember if it was a good HP Avil, but because I'm not willing to give up the strength points. I wasn't too interested in it. We keep coming back to that Bane Sword cast, then we don't need strength. That'd be so beautiful. 115 S-A-I-L. 1 minute to go. Hey there, Insane Dragonite. Welcome in. Hope you can enjoy some solo White Mage action here today. Do Agamas like Tyro Sticks? Everybody likes Tyro Sticks, T-Pain. Everyone. Tyro Steaks, Tyro Ribs, Tyro Gravies, even Tyro Stuffing on the side. So White Mage's the comfiest Final Fantasy class. I don't know, Black Belts, I would say, are really up there for comfiness because they just do a whole lot of punching. They are good at what they do. Unlike Dan, who has a lot of issues. You like the GBA one? Yeah, if you've got the remakes, it's a lot easier to do these challenge runs. Like doing remake GBA, like you can do a nice 5-hour White Mage playthrough. You get those fangs at the start, so you just kind of cruise through the early game. You get the power glove out of Sea Shrine. Late game boss is not a big deal. Everything gets so much easier. Plus you can use ethers to basically cast as many spells as you want. It's a very, very nice time. Alright, here we go. What do we get? We're into the compromising range. 115 ale. I will now take a 116 sail, in addition to any civil. Hey, back, all names are taken. Just in time for a 116 sail, we're taking it. Alright, I said I'd compromise for that, and level 6 is done. Alright, so 1400 experience to go. Now we can go back to doing some real monsters here. The reason we're doing Imps is because we want to get fine control for taking encounters. Now that we just need bulk experience, we can go back up here, start getting the bigger things. These are like 15 to 25 imps worth of XP per fight. So well worth it in comparison. But personally, I'm not a big fan of the creeps. Creeps are way worse than ogres in a lot of ways. Just their reward structure is really badly set up. Ogre gives you significantly more XP and gold. And because he's a single monster, you have less damage per round usually at the start compared to a double or a triple creep fight. Is it many resets to get the best strats? Or best stats? Yes. Many resets at the level ups. See what the next one is going to look like. So next one's going to be level 7 here coming up. And level 7, we have a guaranteed strength and vitality, so that'll be an easy one. I can take an agility or luck point. We'll work for a couple of minutes at getting both, and then if we settle for just one of agility or luck, that should happen pretty fast. Alright, there's our creep fight. We got 21 imps worth of experience for doing that. Money is terrible, but that is something that we can finance over the course of a couple battles here. Even though I'm losing some cash on those fights, I'll still be net positive over the course of this level up. And I've got a big enough cushion that I'm okay with doing some of this battling here. That was one of the big problems with the Black Mage, was for a big stretch, like levels 2 through 6, just being cash positive was very, very hard to be at. So like what would happen is that you'd start running a deficit, and you get to a point where you're damaged, but you don't have enough money for an in trip. Or you don't have enough money to buy your new spell or your new gear. And so you just kind of look at it and be like, well, we're going to have to take some really risky battles. And with Black Mage relying on spell slots 100% to damage things, you're not going to do anything with the knife. It's all about the lit ones and fire ones. That one was excruciating. But White Mage, it's a lot easier to be at least revenue neutral in these battles. And so that has helped quite a lot. There's the rest of the Mad Pony herd. I was wondering where they had gone off to. Ooh, that's a big hit. Well, we're at 38. If we get crit again, that'll be problematic. But we might be able to take home 4 Mad Ponies worth of experience here. Assuming Dan doesn't miss a lot. Ooh. Now we gotta walk back without getting an encounter. That'll be rough. Possible, but rough. Nope, Dan's down. Dan is down. Well, new RPGs, generally, you can save the game without paying money. Often you can get healed up without paying money as well, so you have really, like, no downside to taking fights, assuming that you can get back to some safe area. Then you're basically good to go. And they just didn't have that kind of design philosophy back in the 1980s for the most part. It was all kind of rough and gritty and expecting that in order to have like some kind of control over like the economy on the character, you had to be like very aggressive with drawing cash out of the economy, or else you would be just easily able to get way too much money and break the pricing models of the games. I think at some point they just stopped caring about that problem. It's like, you're not going to get the good stuff from the shops anyway, so we don't have to worry about controlling your money flow. Can we make it to the pirates yet? If we want to go to the pirates, we could. But beating the pirates does not really help me right now. We don't have enough money to get the Harm 2 spell and tents that we would need to start the Peninsula Power grind. And every level that we do, particularly ones that can be strong level ups, so like the next strong level is going to be at level 8 coming up. Those make the pirate fights much, much easier, since we'll have the ability to tank a couple hits. Right now I'd have to be very lucky on the pirate fight to get my ruses up before we took a lot of damage. There's another 21 imps. Only like 170 imps to go. Mancat, you have to admit, truly inspired. Catman upgrading to Mancat. Clearly shows that they had mastery over the monster designs. Total mastery. Well, the good news is that we don't have to actually fight the imps. Black Mage still had to fight the imps at this point. So when I was talking about, 150 imps to go, it was 150 imps to go. This could be done 20 or 25 imps at a time. Oh, 2 ogres, that'd be so good. Be so good getting those. I'd take 1 ogre though. 1 ogre is decent. And there are a couple of solo ogre fights around here. Like this is the furthest west I can be. And be in the intermediate zone walking over to Provoca. So you got the ogre fight, you got the creep fight, the iguana fight, wolves, wolf, gerwolf, and then the big one, imp wolf, gerwolf, wolf, which I don't know if we'd survive long enough to get the ruses up in that, but it'd be worth a lot of money and experience if we could get that. Mostly experience. Ogre Spirit's the only thing that's worth money here. Does the encounter rate care about the tile type? No. It's either a safe square 0% or a regular square 100% depletion towards the next encounter. funniest enemy name is the nachos. They are indeed delicious. Like, to some extent. They're doing the best with 8 characters that they can. They have a lot of monsters in this game, and giving them a lot of personality when you have a very limited space to describe them, and very limited graphical options to describe them as well, is a challenging thing. Like, Final Fantasy's got 128 different monster types, and that is way over what the Dragon Warriors of the era were doing. And Dragon Warrior tends to be much heavier on doing simple shading variants as well. Like, Final Fantasy's got not only more total monsters by a lot, but also way more unique monsters by a lot as well. Hey there, Simply Jeff. Welcome in, and hope you're ready to watch Dan pound some things with a hammer, because we definitely got a lot of that action going on right now. What does GRIMP stand for? It stands for Geraldine Imp. Strange but true. Bits of lore about this game. Another 10.5 imps right there. And we can get that big Mad Pony encounter. That is a loaded one for XP. Take the wolves though. That's 20 more imps worth of experience. Definitely a good fight for that. Grumpy Imp. More of a gravy flavored imp in my opinion. Okay, it's more enjoyable than the original Dragon Warrior. Well, it definitely had a lot of advantages over the original Dragon Warrior. In the US market, Final Fantasy came out shortly before Dragon Warrior 3, which meant that, or shortly after Dragon Warrior 2, which meant that Dragon Warrior 2 and Final Fantasy got compared, and Final Fantasy is a much more polished game than Dragon Warrior 2 is. Japanese market, Final Fantasy came out shortly before Dragon Warrior 3. And both series were on basically a 1-year cadence. But you saw like the matchup be very different because that 1 year is a lot of evolution. Going from like 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the Dragon Warrior series. So I think that contributed to kind of the competition in the US market at least for why Final Fantasy was so much preferred. Is because like head to head, for the era they put the games out in, Final Fantasy was just like an incredibly more complex and well-polished game than the Dragon Warriors at the time. Like, if this got compared to Dragon Warrior 4, Dragon Warrior 4 is like a masterpiece on the NES in terms of technology. Was the original Dragon Warrior a Commodore port? No, the original Dragon Warrior was always made for the Famicom. They ported them to the MSX computers later. Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 both got ported. But the original platform for them was the Famicom. $138 more imps to go. Alright, that is a lot of wolf, especially that girl up there. Big thing with these packs is to get that first ruse off early, or else you just take too much damage setting up before you can even get into battling them. Second resource has to go at some point here, Dan. Some point. There we go. I think with one cure, I'm safe from a Gerwolf critical. Just barely. But that'll buy me some time in case we get a bad round. Wolf crit there does not help. So 1% chance of crits on most of the monsters that we'll be facing for a while. It's like our first elevated crit hit rate monster. I'm trying to think what it would be. We certainly get a lot of elevated ambush rate monsters before then. It's like, is there anything before Tiger that has a super high crit rate compared to the base? And I can't think of anything in that stretch. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 4, by the time it came out, was basically competing against Super Nintendo games. So, like, the Super Nintendo was out for, I think, 2 years before Dragon Warrior 4 came out, and Super Nintendo adoption was really slow. So, unlike today, where when a console generation shift happens, like, the old console just dies off very fast, the NES was still dominant for the first 2 or 3 years of the Super Nintendo's lifespan. But even still, like, it's pretty far into the overlap for when it came out. It's not like Warriors Woods, which was the last game on the NES, but it was pretty late. Oh, iguanas, that's right. Iguanas do have an elevated crit rate. Cobras. Although cobras are going to be after tigers if you're playing the game as you're supposed to. Because cobras are not until you're inside of Earth Cave, whereas tigers are outside. Alright, good work there. We are now 103 imps away from our next level up. And I'll probably go over to Provoker at that point, so I had less walking to do. Plus I can see how we are doing against the pirates. I still think we need like 2 level ups for the pirates. Get another strong level up in there. Of course, if I really wanted to go crazy, I'd just buy a bunch of tents. Well, I think only 30 recovery would not be enough to stay in this. Ambushed by the Mad Ponies. We got a first strike there. That could have been a big battle for XP. I do want the iguana. You realize how few enemies have crits above 1? Yeah. Very few enemies have an elevated crit hit rate. The ones that do tend to be pretty noticeable because of how much pain it causes. That's definitely one of those things that, until you kind of dig in and you realize why some monsters just are way more dangerous than you'd expect based on their stats. Critical hits are one of the main causes of that. Those in ambushes are just gigantic swings to a fight. definitely see some value from that last strength point. We got it from like 6 average damage to 9 here. Those early strength points are just so valuable for this stretch, considering you're barely breaking through the monster's defense. And so once you've broken it, everything on top of that is a straight bonus. So you might be losing a lot of your attack power just getting to 1 damage. And then you have a very rapid bit of growth for the first couple of bits. Do I have to save? It would be recommended. I would highly recommend saving frequently when doing a playing like this. Yeah, there's a lot of saves coming, Dashi. A lot of it. I probably actually don't even need to do the imp fight. Let's skip this. Get another battle out there and start getting close to our level 7 number. Again, for level 7, guaranteed strength and vit. So we can take a 1 in 16 crack at agility plus luck. And if that doesn't work out after a couple minutes, I will do probably a 1 in 4 chance, actually better than 1 in 4 chance, of agility or luck. So that should be a much, much faster level up than 6 was. Saving your orbs up to kidnap Dan. Luckily, nobody's got 999,000 orbs, or else I'd be out of White Mages here. Those will be enabled once we get to Season 5. It should be probably 7,500 for the Dan kidnapping. I'm not certain if I'm going to do that yet. It's a more influential thing than the Warmech acquisition, so Dan might legitimately be priced higher than Warmech. $2.1k orbs so far. That's faster than I expected. Twitch claims to me that you, on average, should be getting 440 orbs per hour. And that would be roughly 1,800 orbs at this point now. But I know if you have like a streak bonus, like you get additional bonus points if you watch consecutive streams of a streamer up to a certain amount. That just like the starting bonus, giving another couple hundred on top of that, adds up pretty fast. Some bonus, well, yeah, I think subs get double, so like 440 for subs per hour and 220 per non-subs per hour, I think is what the claimed values are. But I don't think you get doubled for the streak bonus. It's like there's a lot of stuff in there that's not really well documented yet. It's kind of still very experimental, but I've been very much enjoying it. I think it's a really cool addition for interactivity. Another 20 imps right there. We have 58 imps to go. Maybe 57. Let's say 57 imps. Sounds better that way. And these 5, I don't think I'm going to include them. I'm not going to include these 5 in that list. Eventually I'll time it right, so I'll have a Grimp or a Wolf battle there. It'll be smaller than those packs up north, so it'll be safer to take those. I'm worried about taking 2 northern packs in a row. So you get like the quad Mad Pony or something. Even at pretty high health, you could go down before you get a chance to get those ruses off. Oh yeah, it's a big group, but it's an ambush. That is why we need more agility and luck, so that happens less often. just such a slow effect that, like, you might see the percentages shift noticeably by the time you get to, like, level 30 or so, but on a level-to-level basis. You are unfortunately at the whims of the early game for those ambushes. So we lost we lost a Mad Pony battle, we lost a wolf battle, we'll take an iguana battle. We'll take the iguana. As dangerous as he is, it's still a reasonable fight for right now. It is the most powerful strat in the game. Well, turns out for the Black Mage, it was not all that helpful. White Mage will get guaranteed in points up through 30, and then I think it stops. So Black Mage is int all the way. White Mage is half int and then no int after that, which is really weird. Clearly they did not have any plans for int when they were laying those out. It's like most of the other stats have more creative layouts where you can kind of see the clustering in terms of trying to balance the different character classes against each other, especially where things like the strong level ups take place. Some of the early strength and vitality and agility gains are pretty noticeable. The luck ones and the intelligence ones, they just kind of spewed out at a very even rate. Alright, iguana down. Another 25.5 imps right there. Now we're getting to the point where I could accidentally over-level, which would be certainly inconvenient. Got exactly 32 imps left to go. I think it'd only be like the big ones, like the quad Mad Pony you have to worry about. So most of the pack should still be okay up there. And we even made a very slight profit. I could be more aggressive getting cash if I wanted to do the imp fights on the way back. But again, revenue neutral is good enough for me right now. Double creep. 192. Let me check this really fast. I think this is okay. Assuming the bot is not falling asleep again. Yeah, this will be fine. Yeah, because they're 10.5 imps each. So that's 21 imps in total out of the 32 that I need. So we'll be really close at that point and able to do the rest of the way through there with just the regular imp packs around Canaria. What made these ponies so mad? Probably Dan. I'm going to guess that Dan had something to do with it. One creep down, one creep to go. And then one more creep after that worth of imp. Level 7. It's going to be so much nicer than level 6. We'll give it a time limit, probably about 15 minutes or so to try and get the full Savile. And then we will fall back to either Sail or Civil. Not Sail or Civil. Civil or Save for our two options. So we're gonna find out where you ended up in the Season 4 leaderboards. It's in the end of the chat log from yesterday's stream, Glacier Wolf. But I probably have some time during these battles to go look up what your total was. Let's see, you had 103 points, it looks like, at the end of the season. That one might be harder to find what your actual ranking was. But I'll see if I can find it. Alright, how many more imps do we need? 7 imps? We need 8 imps. So we'd like to get a 5-pack here. We get a 4-pack, then we need a 3-pack to fix it up. So not quite ideal in terms of value. Not ideal. Not ideal. Alright, relationship. Unfortunately, it looks like I only got the top 34, which ended at 130 points. So I don't have your exact ranking, but again, you get 103 points at the end of the season, so probably somewhere in the 100 range. Because I think around 100 points was roughly where the top 100 was. Now, back to these guys. We're going to beat these imps down, save up one more time. Once I get this 5-pack down, then we are 3 imps away, which is the minimum that you will have for any battle in this zone. And again, we will give, let's say 425 on the clock to get a full Savile. And if we get one at that range, great. Otherwise, we will fall back to either a Savvy or a Civil for our options. Seems like a reasonable compromise for level 7 here. Level 8's gonna be another tough one with the guaranteed Ale, but needing both an S and a V to show up, plus being a strong level up on top. Imps down, let's in up end. Let's grind out level 7. Again, 1 in 16 chance of a Savile. I think we've had 1 in 16 so far today. But we've had 2 levels where we had to give up the 1 in 16 and settle for a 1 in 4 instead. So it's definitely been a rough night for getting some of the long odd ones. Come on, at least give me a 3 or a 4-pack. Save some time on these rounds. Really stall for RNG manipulation. Trying to get better level ups through imp technology. Either that or the right hand side sucks now. Could be needing left hand side imps. Clearly left hand side imps are required here. Too many imps in the right forest. We'll definitely get a 3-pack Savile. First try here. Alright, 5-pack. Whatever. We'll take a 5-pack. 5 consecutive 5-packs, which is a 1 in 243 chance. But you know what? Those are the odds that Dan rolls with. Unlike the 1 in 16, which he seems to be incapable of getting. One more imp to go, and what is our first level up crack here? HP is going to be the same every time, don't have to worry about that. 120, strength, intelligence, vitality, luck. So we got the civil. That's a 1 in 4, actually better than 1 in 4 chance. It is close to 50% chance, so I'm not going to be too hung up over killing those off. It is Savile or bust. At least until 4:25 on the clock. After that, we'll take a civil or a savvy. $120 SIV. That's as low as it's gonna go. A pretty good number of those will be 120 SIVs. 9 in 16 chance of that happening. $120 SIV. At least left side's giving me better impacts. I will take that. It's an improvement over right hand side. The question is, do I want to do pirates at 8 or 10? Giving the pirates a crack at 8 might be reasonable. Looking at our HP totals here. 2 levels away from that. One which is that one. Except that's not the right stats. 120 SIV again. But it could have been. That's the important thing. It could have been that level up. Yeah, level 8 should be close to 150 health. So that seems pretty good for surviving enough pirate hits to get my 2 ruses out. And once my 2 ruses are off, pirates are easy. Unlike the Black Mage, which had to really struggle to get that pirate fight down, White Mage should be considerably faster on it. 120 SIV. Does resetting reset your step count? No. Well, the soft reset does not. Hard reset does. If you power the console off, it'll reset your step count. If you hit the regular reset button, it does not. And all the battle RNG is actually stored on your cartridge continuously. So even though you don't save the game, it has updated the RNG for the next fight. So there is no like frame timing or anything from power on or any other bits that you have to pretend to work with for doing these. It is going to be every single time you do this sprayed somewhere in those 256 values for the random number generator. 120 SIV again. Let's go back right hand side. Right hand side, I am willing to give it a second chance. Always the left-hand side, unless it's the right-hand side. These are important things we learned from Dragon Warrior 4. What level do we expect to be at by the time we complete the challenge? 50. We will definitely be at level 50. If there was a higher level cap, we would be at whatever that level was. But the reason we have to do these very laborious level ups is because level cap will clamp us down before we hit the maximum HP total. And so every single vitality point and hit point makes a difference. This one being 120 SAIV. Well, it's pretty savvy, but until we're at 425 on the clock, I'm not going to take that. I think savvy is better than civil on this one. So SAVI is like the second best one that we can see. Slightly worse for the first strike rate. But in general, agility is better than luck from most other mechanics in the game. Dan does what any man can, but slightly worse. He does it slightly worse. .120 SIV. Dan has a lot of Viz, but not a lot of Visas. What would be really cool is if you could actually get more than one stat point of a given type per level up. Then I think you'd have like a lot more complexity in the way that these worked overall. Be probably a little bit hard to balance. You know, sometimes you could get maxing things out like 100 points of strength on a fighter. But I still think it'd be kind of cool as a concept. Alright, 120 SAIV again. Another savvy level up there. Again, that's my second best. We can't get a savile. By 425, I'll take a savvy. And probably Black Mage, I'd have taken that right away. I was in the early parts of the Black Mage, probably not strict enough about the level ups, and we did end up paying for that. By the end of the game, we were down like probably 30 or 40 hit points from the maximum possible. We're already down like 9 from the maximum possible on our White Mage. But you have less late game influence than early game, so I'm not as worried about the proportion quite yet. SIV. The only way they could have balanced the thief is to have given you a fighter instead. That would have made the thief acceptable. Although I think in a lot of ways, if you had working tempers, you might be able to get a little bit more out of the ninja. But the problem is the power glove kind of renders it a moot point for a single character. It's IV. Team-wise, though, ninja with a couple tempers would have been nice. How is Dan the only one alive ritual sacrifices? His demonic influence has killed off the rest of the team past his kid. They give you 4 thieves for every actual thief. Then I think it would possibly, but not definitely, destroy the entire universe with its terribleness. I am not sure if the world is prepared for that much thief in such a concentrated area. Still 3.5 minutes left for our full Savile. Let's see if we can get it. S-A-I-V. Another savvy level. So wish we could stack those up so I could just instantly grab a savvy if the Savile doesn't work out. Yes, yes! These imps clearly seem like they will give me the skill points that I need, and they give me a 120 S-I-V. Nope. Never mind, those imps were terrible. They were terrible imps, and they should feel ashamed of themselves. This one is 120 S-A-I-V again. I'm gonna try standing up for stretching. We'll see if this is compatible with having to do all of the resets for this. Oh yeah, that's at least a little bit better for the microphone spot. Alright. Let's see what Dan can do here. I mean, we've seen a lot of things about Dan so far. None of it pleasant. But will he change? Will he change? S-I-V. Nope. Dan refused to change. Right, coming up on 425, that's where we go from a 1 in 16 requirement for the full Savile to a 1 in 4 for the Savvies. We've seen a couple Savvies already, so I know they're definitely possible. S-I-V, nope, not that one. Last chance for the Savile. This one I'm not pushing super hard, just because the luck point is probably the least important of your actual functional stats. Hey there, Ventric. I mean, for solo White Mage, solo Black Mage, and solo Thief, you have to have every level up completely sculpted here. And sometimes you gotta settle, like, some of the combinations. If you want a Strength, Vitality, and a perfect HP roll on a strong level, it's a 1 in 80 chance. Actually, a 1 in 96 to get the best result. And so some of them are just, like, simply not possible. But generally I go for the 1 in 16s as best I can. Maybe the 1 in 20s. 1 in 20, 1 in 24, those are like probably not really worth pushing for. But that involves HP, so you can be a little bit squishier with it. Now that 1 in 4 is like the best level ups that you can get. Because there's no level ups that the White Mage has that is going to guarantee you all 5 stats. And this one is S-A-I-V again at 425. I think we'll take it. Savile lost its opportunity. We're gonna go Savvy instead. Save up and go to level 8. So how many imps do we need here? 315 and a half. No, 316 and a half. A lot of imp, which fortunately we can get more than one imp at a time. Up in this zone here. Ooh, that's a lot. We'll see if I can actually survive this. Am I going to do anything at AGDQ? I'm just going to be there. I do not have any games that I'm running this year. Alright, who's the bad one here? Probably Gerwolf, but I don't want to do 2 menus for a while, so let's do first the 1. Then we can do bottom Gerwolf after that. Just work backwards through this. I could work forward through the Grimps, although it would take a little while. Sending Dan energy. I am sad to say your energy was lost in transit. Dan did not get the insurance. But welcome in, Hexagon Heat. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day today, or night. Possibly late night, depending on where you live now. No virtual highlight. I think virtual highlight is definitely one of those things that should only ever be done once. Beyond that, it just starts getting, well, possibly involving lawsuits. We will do more virtual highlight though on this channel. I'll have virtual highlight Christmas special during the month of December at some point. I don't know if I'm going to do more than one night of virtual highlight, but we will definitely have some way of having a virtual highlight celebration. Virtual highlight is when you are naughty. That is for all of the naughty children. Well, thank you very much for the good wishes there. We'll definitely be at this for a while. It's probably a 25 or 30 hour challenge run, and I plan to do about 5 hours a day on it. So I imagine that we'll still be doing this well into next week. It'll be a good opportunity to get some breathing room in between seasons 4 and 5 of Final Fantasy. Is Jim the hero you deserve? Possibly. I don't know if you've done terrible things, Kyo, but if you have, then you definitely deserve Jim. Alright, Bastards Kid, thanks for dropping by. Just picked up 45 imps worth of experience there. They certainly do go fast in those large packs. We might be able to start taking on some of the big packs like that twice. I think it's more reasonable now that we've gotten some levels. We're doing more damage with our attacks, so fewer opportunities for critical hits during those battles. One Grimp. Probably not even worth putting the ruse up here. He's worth 3 imps. Just a rounding error compared to the big things. Oh, quad Mad Pony. We didn't get ambushed, which is nice. And we go first, which is even better. Problem is these things just hit so hard that until you get those ruses up, even at like 120 hit points, you're going to have a very difficult time making it through the fight. But if you can get them. Oh, if you can get them. This is like 62 imps worth of experience right here. Alright, Dan, stop getting criticaled. Supposedly a 1% chance, but they've got 2 chances per attack, so really 1% per round here. So it is a little bit nerve-wracking with Dan as is. That and the fact that he's Dan. Dan and Jim are each other's hero. That's sweet. That is very adorable of them. I feel like things would have gone better if we had only been able to compromise with these ponies. Instead, we made them angry, and now look at the carnage. Dead white mages, dead horses everywhere. Dan has done a terrible thing. A terrible, terrible thing today. But I will note that he is actually getting pretty good at doing damage here. Those strength points have really helped out. There we go. Alright. Should be 62 imps. That looks pretty good to me. Careful for safety. Oh, we even have 5 ruses now. Even better. So I could do 2 fights with a cure in between if we didn't take a lot of damage in the first fight. Most of the time, we should be able to survive that second fight. How much more do we have to go? 220 or so imps left. Well, like 226, but we're rounding because it makes us feel better. You also notice that these levels have significantly increased our run success rate. First few levels of the game, you have a really, really terrible chance of running, like 1 in 10 when you first start off. But now that we're in, like, well, we're level 7, we're about halfway to having perfect run rates. It doesn't quite increase linearly, but we are actually pretty close to 50-50. We might be actually slightly better than 50-50 right now. From anything. Doesn't matter what you're fighting. Because of a bug in how run rates are calculated, it will always have the same chance of running, regardless of the enemy, assuming that's not an unrunnable formation. So doing these more difficult ones than the imps does not change things in the slightest for what our run rates are like. How are the run rates calculated with the bug? Well, you take the memory of your character 2 slots down from you in the party, which obviously once you're into slots 3 and 4 has some theological complications to it. And you compare that plus a random number to your luck score. And it turns out that there's also there's status elements mixed into it, so being dead for slot 3 does make Dan slightly less able to run, but it's just kind of a mess. The net results, about level 15, is when you have like a 95% chance of running in slots 1 and 2, a 50% chance of running in slot 3, and like a really bad chance of running in slot 4. It's like a 10% chance. And the slot 4 never really gets any better. That's why in the speedruns in slot 4, you see that character like never run. And so you're almost always better to do like a heal staff or something else to pass their turns. Big crit there. So I have to get through this fight without another crit. 32 is very questionable. I could drop a heal here, but it cost me a turn. That's 6 additional 1% that they would have. No, Dan. He loses the iguana. Disappointing. Disappointing that he does not keep better care of his things. If I had iguana, I would definitely not lose it. The good news is we're doing these much faster now. We're probably talking about like half as many rounds as before, which both increases our chances of success, but also speeds up the process a lot, assuming Dan does not miss or hit for 2 damage. There we go, 16s are what we want to see. Good iguana right there. We're like 31 hit points down. Let's go ahead and drop a cure. Ooh, nice, got a 31. 31 is actually the perfect roll for a cure, because you have 16 to 31 for the range for it. Whereas a heal potion out of battle would have been a guaranteed 30. So it's almost always better to heal potion than to cure outside of combat, other than the fact that heal potions cost a lot of money. And Dan the White Mage is very poor. Until we can get over to those Kaizakus, it's going to be tough to get cash. Kaizakus and Ogres really the things that, at this point in the game, you need to be farming for money. And what we could do Ogres. Kaizakus are blocked by Bicky. And that's the most effective way to get money overall. With a good ship. It's a mediocre ship, Sandman. At best. It might even be a low quality ship. I am pretty certain that ship has not passed inspection in many years. Can you get infinity money with the slide puzzle? Well, you do get $100 with the slide puzzle, but it'd be faster to do Kaizakus. This version of the game, the puzzle does not give you a really big reward. The later remakes, when they start actually giving you nice stuff for the puzzle solutions, becomes an actual strategy. And speedruns and challenge runs as ways to speed up the game. We talked about this earlier about, like GBA with White Mages. You rush over there, you get the boat, and because you can do the 15 puzzle and get a whole bunch of these items called fangs, which will cast Lit 2, Ice 2, or Fire 2, depending on what color fang you get. You build a little stockpile of those, and you can just clean out through Marsh Cave and Astos really fast. And so it significantly speeds things up over like the NES version, plus the fact that you get way more experience in gold per battle. Let's see what we have here. So we are just now coming into the 160s for our imp count. Let's get back out there, grind some more imp substitutes. Those are actual imps. Actually, I could probably just run away from them now. Way less worry about taking too much damage prior to getting the fight started. And we have a cure spell on top of it. Who argues with murderous pirates? Definitely Dan. Dan argues with murderous pirates all the time. It's one of his favorite hobbies, in fact. connect with that hammer. One of the problems, well, one of the many problems of the White Mage is that your weapons don't have a lot of accuracy on them. And so there's like one thing the Black Mage does get, is the knives have very low attack power, but they give you pretty good accuracy bonuses. And you really need those accuracy bonuses in the early game to avoid a whole bunch of misses. Like, it's almost better to have a consistent, 3 damage versus a random 0 or 10. Because when you have such a big variance, it's much harder to predict out, like, how a fight is going to progress, whether you can actually finish something off for a round. And it's the same reason, like, fighters prefer to have swords over axes. Axes might have better base damage, but the loss of the accuracy score will be a really tough thing to deal with. And by the time that you actually get to the point where you have enough base accuracy that you don't care about what the weapon provides, then, well, they kind of forgot to put anything good besides swords into the game. So it's just like swords, swords, and more swords for the late game. Really could use some nice high quality other weapon types. Alright, 21 imps right there. Try and get another fight here. Hopefully not a quad Mad Pony ambush. Double Ogre first strike. Oh, this could be good. It's either going to be amazing or it's going to be very, very sad. I didn't say all the late game swords were good, just that all late game weapons were swords. There is a big difference. It's like, what is even your last non-sword weapon in this game? You've got the Thor hammer in Mirage. That's a pretty late game one. It is before Sun Sword, Excalibur, technically around the same time as the Vorpal sword and the 2 katanas. Yeah, I think Thor hammer would be your last non-sword weapon. Cat Claws! Cat Claws are from the beginning, Sylvasti. Cat Claw is day 1 weaponry. And before Thor hammer might actually be Light Axe. Light Axe and Mage Staff are around the same spot, both in the Sea Shrine. Because technically the Light Axe going down to Kraken is after the Mage Staff going up to the Mermaids. Assuming you go in that direction. You wouldn't expect it, but White Mage is doing more punching than a black belt would. I think for this point in the game, we have a lot of fighting going on. Black belt was kind of fun, but it is a very monotonous one to do for the solo character challenge. You've got fight, fight, and fight as your primary attacks. Alright, there we go. Another 55 imps done. And we have less than 100 imps to go. Edstream, thank you very much for the host there. Hope those of you coming over had a wonderful time before this and are ready to enjoy some solo White Mage. We are currently working on getting level 8, which I think would be enough to be able to take on the pirates. But one of the things that we want is, we want as perfect of a level up as we can get. And so I'm going to get as close as I can to level 8 in terms of experience, and then we have to grind out our good stat ups. This one I know is going to be another tough one overall. Level 8 is guaranteed AIL with a strong level up. So we need to get the 1 in 4 strength and the 1 in 4 vitality We might take the backup of another Sail plus a really good plus HP one. But every time I do that, I permanently lose 6 HP for the White Mage in the long run. And that kind of stings after a while. Well, this one is actually, I think, this one is still plus 6, I want to say. Not quite at the plus 5 yet. But in any case, it's a bunch. And so it's concerning whenever you have to make those compromises, but given the 1 in 16 nature of it, it's really tough to grind some of these out. Hey there, Baron here. No more bingo until we have Season 5 started. During the interlude here, we'll do some bingo on testing nights. But for Solo White Mage Challenge, you gotta just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. No, Dan! Losing my 55 imps worth of experience there. That ogre fight was so good, and yet Dan could not capitalize on it. It was 2 1% crits, so that's kind of unlucky. Within the span of like 10 turns. Try again there, something better than an ambush start. We don't get fade ever, Simply Jeff. No fade, no cure 4 for the White Mage. Both of those are White Wizard exclusives. We also don't get to equip the Thor Hammer, so we'll be stuck with either Silver Hammer or Power Staff for the game until we get the Mazmune. If we could get Cure 4, I think that would, by itself, totally change how this plays out. Because at level 50, you've got 9 Cure 4s. That is close to, 10,000 hit points. In practice, it's probably more like 7,000 or 8,000 hit points, but it's still like a ridiculous resource to be able to churn through, like picking up Mazmune and whacking away at Chaos. Just wait until he Cure 4s, and then you can tank the nuke, you can tank everything, and just go to town for him. And even though you're a lot slower than the Black Mage in terms of damage output, because you can't fast it, you'd have no problems keeping up. But with just Cure 3, and the big gap between Cure 3 and Cure 4, I am very worried about how the late game is going to go. It's going to be a Bane Sword heavy run. It is going to definitely Bane Tiamat one. Probably doesn't need Bane again until maybe Chaos. If you want to kill Warmech, you have to Bane Warmech, but I kind of think those are uninteresting. Bane is just any character can do it with the same odds. And does White Mage get exit? Nope, no travel spells. That means you cannot take Mazmune out of the final dungeon. And you, more importantly, can't redo the Fiends with Mazmune in hand. That's something that actually makes it significantly easier, is if you can double dip, get the Mazmune, spend all your resources on the first time down, and then go through there the second time with Mazmune in hand, and save all your spell charges for Chaos. Unfortunately, can't do it. If we get really desperate, give up on Solo White Mage, no class change. We would do it with class change as a fallback, but we did it Black Mage without class change. And I think Black Mage and White Mage, you can do one, you can do the other with roughly the same amount of effort. Class change Black Mage to Warmech. Yeah, because with unclass change Black Mage, it's just a matter of Bane sorting Warmech. And again, I thought that was kind of uninteresting. So I wanted to see if you could Black Wizard solo Warmech, and it was not too hard. I think White Wizard is probably going to be easier because you got the Cure 4 and the Fade. So you Fade a couple times, you Cure 4 when he does too much damage to you, and you repeat. So it should be very straightforward with White Wizard. We doing the Thief? No. Thief is going to be just way too much of a time investment. This like is 25, 30 hours probably. Thief would be 100 hours easily. It's like I've got only so many days in between Season 4 and Season 5 that I got planned out, because I have to do a bunch of testing nights. We'll try out different flag sets and other options for Final Fantasy before Season 5 starts. And then we get a chance to kind of sample what is kind of like possible for rule changes overall. And those usually take about 2 weeks or so. This is going to be 1.5 to 2 weeks, probably. And then we have a bunch of holiday stuff coming up as well. So if I want to start Final Fantasy Season 5, either late December, early January, this is probably about the only challenge run we're going to get done in between. Can Soul Thief kill Chaos without Bane? Probably not. I mean, yes, if you got really lucky, but would you want to try that over Bane? I would just go for the Bane strats. Do we get Mazian to kill Warback? No, we just got Black Wizard with Nuke. And Warback's got a 75% ambush chance, but once you get a good start on him, then you can defense for a little bit, save that first round, hope that he just does physical attacks after you ruse up with the defense sword, and those are free rounds. And with Nuke, it is about 6 casts to kill him. Is this too much experience? I think it is. Too much for me. Yeah, I got 285 to go there. I think that was exactly 285. Tricky, tricky, tricky. It's our first time seeing the big Ogre creep pack like that. Ogre's 195. Actually, creeps are more than 30. Yeah, that'd be over 285. Iguana, though, we could take. Iguana the Iguana. And once we get close enough, we'll start doing the regular imps again to finish off down to 18 or less experience remaining. And then I can do the level grinding from there. These are tough with every point of strength and every point of vitality. Like, we're so far perfect on strength. For the Black Mage, I was perfect on strength all 50 levels. And vitality, we're pretty close. We were, I think about 40 HP short of perfect on the Black Mage, and it was still very hard. Thief just gets even worse in terms of, like, the setup. Alright, Dan didn't take any damage. We've got 132 XP to go. So I probably want to get something a little bit bigger than a regular imp fight here. Let's try this zone. And we'll take the 28. I might have to do it with just the regular imps. I don't know if I'm in a part of the encounter cycle where I can pick up a couple of wolves or grimps here really fast. Solo Black Mage, no magic. That's basically a thief. That's basically the Thief Baron here. Actually, Thief would have a little bit more in the way of HP. Thief would get about 125 more hit points than a Black Mage with no magic. And that does make a pretty big difference. It puts you up around, like, 780 instead of, like, 650. Plus the Vitality start bonus. You can probably get into the low 900s. Rune Sword would be the best one, Kyo. Rune Sword's got slightly more critical hit rate than the Coral Sword does. Coral, Dragon, Rune are the three weapons a thief can equip after you get the key. And of those, Rune is the best of the three. We're at 84. So 14 imps to go. We'll go and grind those out. We want to be... Now 10 imps to go. We want to be at 3 or less for our final number. So I think a 4 would be perfect. Alright, moving into position here. Confirm our XP total, yep. 10 imps left. Four is best case scenario. Take a 3, alright, so we're at 7. So we want a 4 or a 5 pack for the next one. I'll have to run away from any 3s until we get our level squared away. Because I want to be at the point where any size impact will get me the level up. And that means I don't have to reset a whole bunch on top of the existing resets for the grind. Five we can take. That puts me 2 imps away. 2 imps is perfect. Yeah, I want to say, Kyo, that the order is Dragon, then Coral, then Ruin. I know Ruin's definitely far down, but I forget if Coral or Dragon comes first overall. And it'd be lovely if you get the Giant Sword, because that actually has better stats in addition to being further down the list, but that is not a thief accessible weapon. Alright, we're saving up. So this is going to be, for level 8, we have a strong level up, AIL guaranteed. I'm going to put a couple cracks of this. This is probably going to be our last level up of the night. So we're going to see if we can get a Savile here. 1 in 16 for the Savile. I don't really care what the HP up is if we get the full Savile. But I think the range is like 146 to 151? Somewhere around there. We'll get to see them as they start coming out. Excellent. That was a very good stand-in stretch we had. I can go back to my regular sitting position for all these resets. And damn, just hit the imps. Just hit the imps. Be interesting to see how we do on the later ones. Whether White Mage actually has something that will realistically get us close enough, like, you know, like level 38 for a grind like that. These ones are easier. Alright, 146 AIVL. So we got the Avil, which is one of the 2 stats we're looking for, but we need the full Savile here to be good. Is luck good? Luck is, well, strength is number 1, vitality number 2, agility number 3, luck number 4, and intelligence number 27. That's the priority here. Did Dan bane everyone? Yes. Dan had a bane sword accident, and so we've had to take his bane sword away until he learns from this. 146 AIL. Back into the ales again. What is number 15 barbecue sauce? AIL 148. Dan is continuing to ail us. Dan is what ails us, confirmed. This one is 145 AIL. Definitely on the low side there. So 145 confirmed possible for the HP up. That's plus 25. Yes, I think it's 145 to 150 for the range. Black pepper and garlic are acceptable. What about antelope pepper? The super spicy kind. 144 and ale. Evidently 144 is possible. So 144 to 149 the range then? I always saw 148. I didn't think it'd be as low as 143 though. White Mage has a bunch of vitality to start off with. In any case, if we get a full saddle, I don't have to care what the HP value is, because we'll know that the V is better than getting the maximum end of the range. $144 AIL. Chairlift inside. Clearly the right-hand side imps inferior in quality. This is where we get the fresher imp pickings. Straight off the vine. Or tree, or whatever imps grow on. It's probably something plant-like. The Frimps! That is Fred Imp. Don't get those mixed up. Unlike Dan, who gets mixed up with 148 AIVL. Another... I mean, I just can't take a no strength level. As much as I really want to go and say, we'll just Bane Sword everything, it's not going to be effective. Dan will be very ineffective at that plan. Deep fried imps. Deep fried imp chips. Now those are the magical ones. Now I'm hungry. Now you have made me hungry. Where can I get deep fried imp chips at this hour? How about Dan? Does Dan have some deep fried imp chips? Dan at least has a 144 SAIL. Dan, you're sailing away. You're sailing away without your V. You gotta stop doing that. And we ended up settling for sail at level 6, but we're not doing that again. Not when we're already at a full ale situation here. At least not yet. If I have to settle for a 148 sail here, I'll feel pretty bad. That's 2 vitality points and 2 or 3 levels that we'd be losing. And these are early levels where vitality points are extra important. AIVL. We'll go to 5:15 on the clock for tonight's playthrough. That'll be my cutoff for the stream overall. And we can always pick up the level 8 grind tomorrow, along with the Pirates of Provoke. I feel like with level 8, we'll have the Pirates. Like, we're starting to get to the point where the Provoca monsters are way less scary than they used to be. Just able to routinely survive the encounters. And so we definitely want to go over that direction. Start trying the pirates, or if we can't get the pirates, doing the more easily accessible ogres and similar class of monster. 146 AIL. One more imp to go. And Dan with a mighty whack has revealed another level up try, which will be 148 AIL. Have we seen a 149 yet? I feel like 144 and 140 has been our range, but it should be a range of 5. I don't know if it's 143 or 149 that we have not yet been exposed to. Makes a difference if I have to go for the sail route. For the 148 versus 149 option. Because definitely if we're settling for sail, I better have the best possible strong HP roll. Yeah, I don't think we've seen either extreme yet, Wells. That's what makes me curious about which end we haven't gotten. Alright, 145 AIL. But it could be even easier. We don't have to care which end we haven't gotten if it can only give me a Savile. We had a very nice start. 3 Saviles for our first 3 levels. The first one, well, the first 2 are pretty easy. Start off with an SAIL guaranteed. Second one's an SAVI guaranteed. So both are 1 and 4s to finish it off. Level 4 was actually kind of a luck one. It's an SIL guaranteed. We got like a first try Savile. Now I don't know if we got a good roll on the strong level up part of it, but I wasn't going to go back for that. I will go back for a 144. No, I won't go back. 144 ale. Three minutes to go. When does the White Mage playthrough start picking up steam? Well, White Mage playthrough is always going to be about rushing to level ups and then working on getting them to be perfection. Like, the actual gameplay for White Mage, I feel like is easier than Black Mage for quite a bit at the start. It'll be fun doing the dungeons. Those will be a lot of challenge. 144 ale? So I got level 8 here, we should be able to do Bicky. We can try to get, by level 9 or 10, Peninsula Power started. We'll do Peninsula Power up to like level 14 or 15, then do Wizards and Astos. At that point you have Silver Bracelets, so you get an upgrade there, you get the Cure 3 spell. You get Harm 3, start trying to do Lich. Lich, I imagine, is actually not going to be too bad. If you can survive that first Ice 2, you should be able to kill him before he gets to the Fire 2 Lit 2s. Or at least have enough HP to tank that with White Mage. So really it's always going to be like the next 10 levels or so. The level ups more than anything else that holds you back. 148 Avel. 90 seconds. Now the real question would be, what are the hard dungeons coming up? We have a better plan now for ordeals, thanks to Black Mage. Like, waiting for the normal ordeal start was very much effective when we're trying to do the earlier ones. And having to risk the Medusas or the Man-Cat fights. Like, White Mage, by the time you're at ordeal, should be able to easily handle Zombles. So I think that'll go pretty well. You have possibly a very, very hard Ice Cave. That one I don't know if you can make much easier. Best case scenario is you can get enough hit points to guarantee XXX doesn't work. 144 SAIL. 40 seconds. And past Ice Cave, once you got the airship, you know, it's a rush to get the mermaids done, so you have the slab translation out of the way. You can get into Mirage Tower at that point for the Thor Hammer. You get your ribbon out of the waterfall. You get Opal Bracelet out of the Sea Shrine. Like, just a huge upgrade list post-airship. Pro Ring. Only thing you don't really get is you don't have your Pro Cape until you can get past Blue D. And if you want the white shirt or black shirt, you need to get past Blue D as well. But I'm not sure how much I can live on lower defense for the Ice 2 from the black shirt. You don't need the white shirt because you'll have the defense sword. Hey there, Xanth. Hopefully we are wrapping up here. We're giving the last couple of tries at level 8 for this grind, and then we will pick this up tomorrow. This one being 146 AIVL. Alright, 2 more tries. I can quit anytime I want as long as it's not this try or the next try. And then we'll be done. But so far the solo White Mage has been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot from the solo Black Mage in terms of how important it is to get good early level ups. I didn't realize the impact of missing those early vitality points. And now that we know that, it's been a lot more focus on it. Plus the extra agility points, I think, are going to be helpful for decreasing our chances of getting hit through 2 defense swords. So we can potentially skip a 3rd defense sword very often. 146 AIL. 1 more try. Final attempt. Till tomorrow. Is this the Savile of our dreams? We get 148 AIL. Nope. Alright, so I will pause the timer right there. That'll be tonight's work.